Alright, let's make sure our audio is all good. Well, it's Rick and Morty time. Come on. Probably shouldn't turn on desktop. Okay. Sounds like we're good. Seems like it. Doesn't seem like it's coming from the camera, which is nice. It used to do that. So let me just share this link real quick on Twitter. Alrighty. 2 seconds, friends. 2 seconds. I apologize for the few delays we've had so far. I was trying to figure something out, and to be honest, still didn't. It is a pain in the ass in terms of what I was trying to figure out. But I'll do that later. Tackle that later. But for now, I'm just gonna do this. Put in the hashtags, and then put in this one, and then boom. It did not embed the stream. That is kind of annoying. Oh, it did on other okay, whatever. Didn't for me. That's okay. Whatever. Okay. We sound all good. It seems all good. And if I go here... Oh. Took it a second. Alright. Cool. We're good. I can turn this off. Alright. Hello, friends. I know there was like I said, there was a delay already. I apologize for that. Trying to figure something out, and like I said, wasn't working out too great. That wasn't too fun. Let me make sure camera's all good. A little bit higher. Can we get much higher? All right. So quick drink. It's funny I'm saying that right as we start. So this is probably going to be a decently long stream because obviously we're doing triple chapter today. Now that's going to be a lot. Let me just pull everything up. I'm going to try and be careful while I do this because I did hear, or rather I saw, I didn't see a spoiler, but rather I saw that some of the titles were like, capped in a spoiler sort of way, right? That they were filtered so that if you were avoiding spoilers, you can't see it. So, for the sake of that, sorry, I was just trying to fix that. For the sake of that, I'm going to try and avoid. Oh, I should go to my channel to actually get the pop-out chat. Yeah, we don't need desktop audio, which I don't know why I took it out a second ago, but that's all right. Let me get my pop-out chat, and we will be ready. Well, technically ready. I'm going to talk a little bit here, despite how critical the times are for the sake of reading compared to how much we have to read and everything and all that. I'm gonna try and avoid everything. So we are on phase 4, is it? I want to say we're on phase 4 because I think phase 5 is next. I want to say, yep. All right, so we read one chapter last time, which was mindset, and now we're gonna find out. Yeah, okay, yeah, scorched by the sun, which I think we put into the word count. Let me double check if we did. I might have. I did not. Okay, I'm gonna try and be careful. I'm gonna look away. Oh, I'm gonna. Does this just copy everything now? Oh shit, does this copy everything now? Is this so much easier to check? It's so much easier to check. I don't know if the WCT changed anything in regards to that. If they did, mwah, that's beautiful. That's fantastic. That's so easy. Okay, sick. We can officially see how much is on the chapters just by doing that. That's so cool. Okay, that works out great. Assuming that is correct, that works out great. Fantastic. Okay, Uh, yeah, all right. This will be great. This will be great for it. All right, cool. So, anyways, I want to speak for a moment to just explain what the fuck happened, right? Because out of nowhere, we did not out of nowhere, but we did a stream for the next chapter. When was that stream? Let's see. Let's go over our content here. So last time we did a live stream was July 30th. Yeah, that adds up. Okay. So it has been a full month since I streamed. I will admit to that, right? Been a full month since that. Uh, been a while since I uploaded a video in general. I mean, technically the reviews were the main things, and then like obviously ADT very important, but that was like, oh yeah, here's a teaser for not even a teaser, but just like an intro to Act Two and everything. So that made sense. Um, but in regards to all this, the last time we did a reading session was July 30th. Now, August was a bit fucked for me, right? I mentioned this on that stream of there were a few dates where I said, okay, I probably could stream, but it's like, dependent on a certain, like, few things and everything, but we'll try and get some in during that time. And then I mentioned the fact that there were a few days in there that I'd be busy. Uh, ooh, excuse me. Turns out those days that I'd be busy, way more than I thought. There were way more days than I thought where I would be busy. So, unfortunately, it did not work out as I had hoped. So, yeah, I had no time to do all this shit and everything, which is really unfortunate because I did want to read more, and especially with all the spoilers I had heard of. I didn't see any spoilers, but I just had heard of spoilers. Uh, was a little unfortunate, right? I did see the cover. Um, I don't know too much about it. I saw people pointing out the parallel to the first volume with Amelia, right? And I'm curious, right? I kind of like that they did that parallel in a sense. I don't know, what it relates to in terms of what's going on, but still, it's cool to see. I'll understand it when we get there. But I will say, in regards to that cover, I don't know what I'm going to do for a thumbnail. I might actually have to draw a thumbnail because ooh, I don't know about putting that on there, right? I'm very big about avoiding spoilers and all that, so that might be risky. My lighting right now sucks, but due to this scenario, I don't want to do too much to change that. Yeah, I could try and open this window. Hold on. Hold on. I was saying that, but I think this window could be all right. Let me try. Right? You give me 1 second to like fucking tuck myself in here. Holy shit. Open this up, right? Go all the way. That should be better. I hope the sun isn't directly in my face when I do that. Hopefully not. We'll find out. Let's turn this off. Better, kinda. I could open this one. Hold on. Uh, I wasn't sure if it would be great, but it works out. But I actually don't know how much that one changes, but it might be all right. Okay. You know what? This doesn't look bad. This looks better than having this light on, but later we're gonna have to have this light on anyways. So sucks, but that's just gonna be how it is. All right. So in regards to all that, let me just make sure everything is all right here, because cats love to jump onto this desk and then everything moves. It's just how it is. Uh, right. So I was saying in regards to delays. So yeah. So I underestimated how busy I was going to be. Uh, I won't lie. The entirety of August was fucked. There was like almost no shot that I could have streamed outside of the Saturday I had mentioned, right? The Saturday that I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna go back to streaming and everything. Funny enough, that would have been a whole month, like full stop, right? Like on the exact date. And I mean, it almost worked out, but I woke up, I felt like shit, and I'm like, you know what? Let me delay the stream. Maybe I'll feel better as time goes on. Let me see how I feel in like an hour or so or whatever it may be, right? Nothing changed. I still felt like shit. I felt better way later in the night, but I was like, I got up, head wasn't feeling too great, all this, and it was just like, maybe I just delay it. It's unfortunate, It's been a whole last month since we streamed, but maybe I just delay it. And that's why we're here today, because I delayed it, and I'm like, you know what, to compensate, we're going to do a few chapters, which I'm not opposed to doing, right? I like the idea of doing. Now, unfortunately, I will say, uh, I noticed my pillow a little bit off center here. No, too much. There we go. Okay, cool. Um, I will say, in regards to all this, uh, oof, doing a triple chapter today. It's nice and cool now. It's cool an awful lot more outside, which is very nice. I really appreciate that. But today, it's so cool, but not in here. It is pretty steamy in here, and that is unfortunate. Because not much I can do to really change that, in a certain sense, just like before. So doing the triple chapter today, kind of unfortunate, but I'm going to keep true to my promise. Now, hopefully, this doesn't take too long, right? Not saying that as a means to like, oh yeah, I just want to go through it and be done and that's it, right? But ideally, I also don't want to like, if anybody jumps in, watches, and all that sort of shit, I don't want to keep people here for too long because it is like almost 6 p.m. EST. So in my opinion, realistically, I don't know what the next two chapters are like. Realistically, I think we'll be here till 9, like 9 or 10. So we're going pretty late, not absurdly late. Like, I think the time where we read the REM chapter, I think that went into like 1 a.m. territory or some shit, or like 12 a.m. territory, like super fucking late. Um, Maybe not like absurdly late, because technically I've done streams that have gone later than that. A little bit. Um, but I say a little bit, but like some of the Yakuza streams did like bleed into like 3 or 4 a.m. because I was just trying to finish it up. And I'm like, holy shit. But I'm like, at the same time, I'm like, I want to finish the game. So hopefully we're not too late with all this, right? I could check ahead on some of the chapters, but I don't know what the art is like in there. So maybe not, right? Maybe we don't. Uh, I don't know. It's hard to say what the right move is in terms of this, but I don't know why I'm starting a sentence. I'm just gonna take a drink. But I will say for this chapter, seeing as it's 6,000 words, that's probably roughly about an hour and a half. So this will take a while. I am actually kind of worried because, like I said, I promised a triple chapter. And if this is like an hour and a half, and then there's another an hour and a half, that's fine. But if the one after that is like 9,000 words, I'm going to sit there and be like, maybe we don't. Maybe we don't. Like, that's a lot. And I, at least for today, can't be up too late. So it's kind of an issue, right? In that sort of scenario. I'm hoping for the best, and hopefully everything's all right, but we'll see when we get there. That said, in regards to all this, I do want to stream the chapters more often, right? Currently, I don't think 48 is out yet. I don't believe. I could be wrong, but I don't believe 48 is out yet, and I think that's the final one. It's hard to tell because Tepe showed off the cover for the next volume, but usually when he does that, uh, like shortly after a new chapter drops, and that's the end of the phase. He's been doing that a lot recently, so I'm just saying anything could happen. Um, Kind of holding off in regards to that, like in terms of like, oh, that's the finale, until confirmed full volumes out, no extra chapters get uploaded, nothing like that. But if nothing happens in regards to that, we're good. Then 48 is our end. But other than that, or other than the mystery of whether or not that's the like final chapter of the volume, uh, I am going to try and stream as much as I can for these next few chapters. So I will say Friday this week, that's the day I'm absolutely aiming for to stream again. I could do Thursday, but I like some time to chill. Tomorrow I'm definitely gonna be tired, so chilling is a little bit uh up in the air because if I'm tired, what can I really say? in terms of just like, oh yeah, I just want to hang out, do something, right? Work on videos, work on ADT, whatever it may be. Kind of a little difficult when, the brain is kind of slowing down there. But I think Friday will be an absolute. So Friday, very likely, we do it again. We'll do 2 chapters, right? That's what I'm gonna aim for. I'm gonna aim for 2 chapters on Friday. Then we'll try again for either Sunday or Monday. And then, because right now we are at 38. So we will be at the next one we will have to do on Friday is 41 and 42. So 41 and 42 on Friday. Then Sunday or Monday we do 43 and 44. Uh, Excuse me. If we do it Sunday, then Tuesday or Wednesday we do 45, 46, right? I'm doing that math correctly here, making sure. Because yeah, 40. Wait, no, I think I did that math wrong. I think I skipped a step. Friday we do 41, 42. Sunday or Monday. Wait, no, 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 that was right. That was right. Yeah. So Wednesday or Thursday, or not Wednesday or Thursday. If we do it Sunday, Tuesday or Wednesday, we can do 45, 46. And if we do it on Monday, then likely Wednesday or Thursday, 45, 46. And then I'm going to say the depending on how early we do it, we could do it on Friday again. And if we do it then, because I assume 48 will be out by then, if we do it then that means 47, 48, boom, we're good, right? If not, because my brother's birthday will be around then, right, on the weekend, we're gonna try and aim for Sunday or Monday. That'll be what I aim for. Is Sunday or Monday. I don't know if anything's happening Sunday, so I'll say Monday as an absolute. That will be when we finish it. So the 15th, not the absolute worst, right? Could definitely be a little bit better. But the 15th is what we will get to for our, yeah, okay, here we go. You know, this is the end of it. Assuming another chapter doesn't drop. If another chapter drops, we do that at some later point, right? Standard. But other than that, we keep it simple, right? Just like that. Regardless, we're doing a triple today. I mean, that could change, right? That's something I also want to note. Um, Depending on how long these are, and depending on how I feel, because again, this room is fucking hot right now, uh, we might delay the triple. Note that I'm saying delay the triple, not cancel. As in, we do double today, we do a triple like on Friday, for example, like Friday or Sunday or whatever it may be. We still get the triple in there. I still want to compensate you guys for the fact that it's been this long. Um, but it's just at a later point, right? It is not immediate. It's just, like later on, we'll get the triple in. We'll be closer to getting to the end of it. All this. You guys get more of my reactions. Simple, right? Just depending on how today is, right? Just depending on how it feels in here and everything. Because again, it's going to be warm as fuck. And if these chapters are long, I'm not going to lie, I don't want to be in here for too long in that heat and not have like anything to deal with it or whatever it may be, right? Like nice, closed, isolated room where that heat kind of builds up and everything. It's a little rough, but regardless, that's the simple plan of things. I mean, it's pretty much the same regardless of what happens today. But yeah, so middle of the month, roughly that. Yeah, I mean that would be about the middle. Uh, Maybe not even either middle of the month or if everything goes right. If everything goes right, next week we're done, and then we move on to the next volume when that drops, right? When that starts and when that drops and everything, and that'll be great, right? Uh, Something tells me, just like before, Tepe is going to be writing at the same time that I'm writing, and this is going to be a moment where I have to kind of intersect, me writing Act Two, and then dealing with the like, oh yeah, I got to do the reading session streams and everything. We'll see how that goes, but regardless of all that, it is time that we start. It's about time that we properly get into this. I've been waiting to do this for a bit. We finally get to. I'd love to start. I also have water here in case anybody's worried that I'm gonna have to make a trip after I'm done with that can. I'm not. Uh, but with all that said, let us move right into it. I'm gonna click this button, make sure everything works. That is my. Why is it doing that one? Huh. Oh, because this was a different tab. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I see what went wrong. I see. Yeah, 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 okay. I opened. I see. Here's what happened. Um, I see what went wrong here. I was like, that's my chat. That's weird, right? The empty chat, but I mean, still. Uh, so this is the chapter, and if I do it now, yeah, there we go. Okay, I know what went wrong. Hold on, let me fix this. What happened is I took the pop-out chat out, and then I looked up the WCT stuff. So the issue was, uh, I didn't actually have the chapter here on the window. It technically treated the pop-out chat as the window. So that's why it was there. It wasn't actually technically the tab. It was just, this makes sense. Essentially, the WCT tab was opened after the fact. Yeah, there we go. See, we're good now. All right. Everything is all set. All right, cool. I'm gonna pull up our pop-out chat, everything. Uh, I mean, you know what we could do, just for fun. I mean, I could put it over there on the TV. I don't know. Don't really need to, but I could. Uh, yeah, everything seems all right. Just wanted to make sure we're good. No music, no nothing. Yep. Okay. Just gotta make sure. We've had issues in the past with that sort of stuff. So one more drink, and then we start. And it's about to be empty. All right. Bring the water closer. Yeah, I think if the next chapter is like 9,000 words, I think we might delay the triple because something tells me the one after will probably be similar. But we'll see. All right. I have no idea who's starting us off, so I'm just gonna speak in a regular voice. Not that I change it too much, but still. In other words, if this was not a gold coin, but a full-powered attack by Garf Milia-sama, who would already know what Garf was going to do. Oh, it's probably Ram. Could easily avoid this very obvious attack, then counterattack and leave him crying and groaning. I see. So that's what you mean. But wait, it would be bad to make Garfield cry. I would rather find a way to befriend Garfield instead. If so, you would not have to fight back, because if Amelia-sama can just keep a cool facade and effortlessly avoid Garf's attacks, eventually Garf's mind would break and the matter would be settled amic amicably. Uh, then that is reassuring. Reassuring? Really? Even though it would break his mind? Emilia said that with a big question mark over her head as Rem. Oh, it's Rem. Okay, fair enough. As Rem handed her back the gold coin. I kind of forgot that Rem would also know Garf, but fair enough. Uh, oh, right, yeah, yeah, because where we left off was the example. Where we left off with the example of her explaining all this stuff and how it works and showing off the gold coin thing. Right, right, okay. I forgot where we left off. That's what a month does to you, but all right. At the moment in her mind, Garfield was too busy crying like a child, or collapsing to his knees in despair. Any way I put my arms right now, it is so hot in here. Holy shit. Rem, who had taken over the role of explaining Aldebaran's authority from Ram, was relieved to hear that she had managed to give a brief explanatory overview of Aldebaran's authority, turning back time. You're amazing, Rem. You did a great job of getting Amelia Summer to understand. Wow, we're definitely back after a month, all right. Holy shit. Uh, Happy to be able to help Nesama, even though Garf had to be sacrificed. All it takes for him to cry and be depressed to keep or all if all it takes is for him to cry and be depressed to keep things going, Garf would happily endure it. It sounds like he's sleeping peacefully, so Ram will have to go and visit him later. Let me actually make sure we're all good here. Yeah, there we go. Yes, that's right. Garf would be delighted to have Nesama visit him. Seeing Ram shrug her thin shoulders dismissively in exasperation, a complicated, bitter feeling ran through Rem's heart. Now that Rem had regained her memory, she remembered that she and Garfield were originally at odds over Ram. From childhood, Rem had disliked Garfield for the way he dared to nurture feelings for Ram without knowing his place, such that it had resulted in them arguing with each other many times. Or other. Yeah, wait, that was correct. Interesting, I will say, that she has that sort of relationship with him, and you could argue it's very similar for Subaru and Ram, right? Where Ram kind of views Subaru in a maybe not a bad light, like full on. I just like smacked my keyboard there. I hope I didn't hit anything. Uh, Maybe not in a bad view necessarily, like outright antagonistic, but this sort of like, oh, Rem likes him. I'm not too huge on that because, this guy ain't perfect, right? It's looking out for her sister. And similarly, Rem is doing the same with Garfield. Even though the feeling isn't mutual between Rem and Garfield, it's kind of interesting that that's in there. That said, Rem is beefing with somebody who is like, I don't know, like 4 years younger than her or some shit. So that's really funny. All right, where were we? However, when she fought back on Garfield's efforts in the Empire, the conversations they had on the way home, she felt extremely guilty about the way she had treated and viewed him as she had in the past. More importantly, Garfield was unable to fulfill his role of protecting Subaru, Beatrice, and the others. When he finally woke up from his slumber, he would surely be extremely depressed, and most likely blame himself. It's sad to hound Garf like that, but I understand. Ren will have to let it go. Now we need Garf to recover as soon as possible and become a part of our fighting force to help rescue that person. See, there's that person again. She's still in that in between. Right, but there's nothing wrong with being bound by your possessiveness, Rem. If you don't want to do it, we can put Garf's matter off for later, okay? But you know full well that I will not ask you not to go, right, Nesama? No clue. Rem sighed at the dazzle of Ram, who smiled thinly and responded in a dignified manner. How much of Ram's compassion and concern had been idly wasted in the 2 periods of time she was asleep and without memories? Of course, Ram was not the only person Rem worried about. It caused trouble for everyone within the camp, and even those outside of it as well. Fortunately, Rem originally did not have any friendships with anyone other than those involved, so possible damage in that sense was minimal. Rather, it seems before my memory returned, I was able to interact better with Katsuya-san, Zelda-san, and others than I did when I regained it. Looking back on the recollection of her life story, Rem had those impressions. Even though she was transported to the Wallachian Empire by chance and had to survive, it was not surprising that Rem had been more open to establish relationships with people when she had no other choice. Let's go down. To top it all off, Rem had been entirely unkind to Subaru, always pushing him away when he only was trying to stay close and devoted to her, and so on, over and over again, made her want to strangle herself. Yeah. See, this is the thing, right? Let me take a drink. But this is the thing, right? We kind of knew that when she got her memory back, she was gonna be pissed at herself. We kind of knew that was coming because realistically, right? She probably knows, okay, there's a limit now, right? There's a limit to how far she should go, how far Subaru should go, whatever it may be, right? But she also probably understands, hey, I was being a complete ass back there, right? Like I was saying way too much shit to him, and holy fuck, if I could, I'd beat the shit out of myself from the past, right? Like that sort of thing. So it's interesting to see this because again, we knew this was coming, but it's neat to see this development of her character where she does kind of realize, uh, like that there were benefits to not having the memory, or the memories rather. Like there was people I could speak with a lot better than maybe I could now, and whatever it may be. But someone like Subaru, who is really close to me, all I did was push him away, and I despise that. Right? I love that. I love that aspect. It's so good. Mm. Oh, excuse me. All right. Uh, Only Subaru-kun had looked Rem in the eye and talked to me directly. Ah, but Rem was the one who refused to do so. Ugh. Some part of Rem wanted to defend herself, saying that it could not be helped because she had no memory, and some part wanted to convince herself that she could have conveyed her sincere feelings if she had managed to face Subaru directly. Regardless, the fact remained that Rem had caused a great deal of inconvenience to those around her, especially Subaru, so she had to do everything in her power to make up for it. First, Rem will resolve this situation successfully. After that, to show Subaru-kun my gratitude, Rem's own fingers must be broken. That's what I have to do. Okay, so I'd like to hold on. I'd like to rewind to the statement I said earlier. Uh, Disregard what I said about the whole, learning about the limits. Maybe not. Maybe, I mean, okay, you could argue there still is, but the fact that this sort of scenario pops up and she thinks about it and she's like, okay, first thing I'm going to do, how does that TikTok video start? It's the fucking, it's the one with the dude. Thank you. It's the TikTok with the dude going with like, should I have like this cake today or should I have like I don't remember if it's another cake he mentions, but it's like something. It's like some other treat. He's like, should I make this sort of cake today or should I have this treat? And it's like, here's how I'll torture you, David, or like some shit like that. It's so fucking funny. I love that TikTok. But I'm thinking of that from like Rem's perspective of just here's how I'll torture myself today. Number one, smashing my fingers. Uh, I fucking love that TikTok. I wish I remember how it went. That's one thing I'm bad at, right? Like if I've watched a video enough, I can really recall it. But the problem is, even if it's absurdly funny to me, if I don't rewatch it like 10 times in the span of that moment, I'm not going to remember what they say. That's just how I am. I love quoting shit that I, remember and all this and recall funny ass videos, all this sort of shit, but I'm so bad with it. That said, you get me to quote the entire SpongeBob movie, I'll fucking do it. Right? I got that in the bag. Uh and that is entirely like a childhood core memory sort of thing. That said, technically rewatched it recently, albeit via a gaslight edit I gave my friends, which was real funny. All right, back to it. Uh, if you do that, Subaru won't be happy, and he might even die from shock. So please don't do it. Oh, Petra-san. I mean, yeah, it makes sense it's gonna be Petra because Petra's probably hearing Subaru say, "Don't tell her to do that." Uh, or not, rather like tell her not to do that, right? Because that's saying don't tell her to do that. It sounds like Petra's asking her to do that. When Rem turned around after her secret resolution was heard, she saw Petra with a troubled brow. Thinking that she should have not let her hear that, Rem pointed at the palm of her hand, or palm, the palm of her hand at her, and said, "No, please don't try to stop me. Rem owes Subaru-kun many apologies. If my unworthiness is not punished, I won't be able to face Subaru-kun." So you're punishing yourself because you want to feel better, not because you want to apologize to Subaru, Rem-ne-sama. That's not what I mean. Even if you don't mean it like that. I'm just saying how it's going to end up. Petra, this whole arc has been. I I don't understand how people don't like her, right? Especially like if I said this before. I think I said this on the previous chapter. I think I said it on the previous volume. If people go through this whole arc and they say, "Yeah, Petra's still really annoying and not a good character," what the fuck, right? Genuinely, what the fuck are we on? Right? I can get some complaints, maybe like with the earlier stuff, maybe, right? And I'm not saying arc 8, I'm saying like way earlier in the series, right? Maybe. But the idea of man, fuck this character, and meanwhile she is saying the realest shit ever these past few chapters, right? Like first with the stuff of Reinhard of yeah, cool, Reinhard can do all that stuff, but who gives a fuck? Right? He's born with all that, right? And then this whole thing of how does that help? Right? What do you apologize for by doing that, right? You're doing the same shit he does, right? You're doing the same shit that Super does where he'll blame himself or hurt himself or whatever it may be because of this shit. Who are you helping? No one. You're just making people feel worse, right? That's so good. I love that she points that out. Let me actually turn my phone on silent because I worry that it's gonna like detect me talking and it's gonna be like searching this up and it's like what? Um, I didn't even click the right thing. Sorry. I turned it on silent in the other regard, which is good, but I needed to do that. Um, but still, I fucking love how well Petra is written in this arc. It's so damn good. Fuck, dude. And people are gonna call this a bad character. And people are gonna say this is a bad character. Fuck off. I was getting a little aggressive there, but you know what? You know, I didn't mean to go that hard, but I just I can't comprehend it personally, right? There is an understanding of opinions, and then there is a critique of that sort of thing because you can inherently critique something, especially if you need to hear a reason as to why, right? It's not like, you know, one opinion is law and everything, and you can't oppose that. But obviously, if I'm going to hear something like that, I need to question it. I need to say, okay, what leads you to think that? Because for me personally, I don't know that I agree, right? There was actually some stuff I discussed with a friend in terms of a design for a game that I mean at the time I didn't fully enjoy, and we were kind of going back and forth on it. And I mean, obviously, very peaceful conversation. It was just like a standard sort of argument in regards to it. Uh, but I did learn better thanks to it, right? I did understand more about the topic at hand and everything because, you know, fair critiques were made and everything in regards to all that. So it was understandable. But like, that's the sort of thing here, right? Is like, maybe I could understand where somebody's coming from with that. Maybe they could understand where I'm coming from if I'm speaking to them about it. But at the end of the day, I would almost want to talk to somebody who would view her as like that low because how, right? Personally, I'm just confused on how. Also, I mentioned law there. Not really important, but I have a new pillow here. I got actual law. Nice. Very nice. I'm glad I got this. I actually meant to cut this off because this is kind of intrusive a little bit, but it's whatever. But I'm glad. I'm glad I got this. The fucked up part is I think I mentioned it when I got Chopper because I have Chopper right there. Let me get him. My ugly son. My ugly son is still here, don't worry. He is flattening. Law will flatten as well soon, but he is flattening. Uh, the funny part is, I think I might have mentioned it when I got him, just random off topic thing. I got him, and then, like, a month or two later, maybe not even, maybe like a week or two, they announced this. And I was like, well, fuck, right? And obviously, it's been a bit since they announced that, but I did finally get it. I'm happy with it. It's nice, right? It's a law. It's my favorite character. Might be hard to tell, considering I don't have many One Piece figures here. I have Odin and I have Law there, but I mean, he's up there for a reason. So, anyways, right, getting back to it. Let me take one more drink. But again, Petra is so real for this shit. Mm. All right, I'm gonna say okay, and okay is gonna be part of this text. Okay, what Subaru wants you to do is not to punish yourself for it, but to accept the happiness that you've been missing out on while you were asleep. Remne-sama. As Petra softly lowered the corners of her eyes, Rem's breath involuntarily caught at the former's words. With a gentle and sweet and uh, uh, admonition that sounded similar to the words Subaru had said to Rem when she blamed herself on the morning that the witch beats incident had been solved in Arlen Village. The first day that Rem had felt special feelings for Subaru. See, it is always interesting to think about that. The fact that she got feelings for him within like 4 days of knowing him. It's understandable considering the situation, but yeah. And that also shows the whole thing with Petra, right? Like, obviously, Subaru's there, but like, for Petra at least, right? But just the idea of that whole thing of like, just like he was saying back then, like, don't blame yourself on this shit, right? Don't like turn yourself to dust because of all that. And I love that this series always explores that, and I love that that's still a topic at hand for all these characters is self-deprecation and kind of moving yourself past that, right? Kind of picking yourself up afterwards or having others help in picking you up, right? I love that. I absolutely love that. And like everybody has this, right? Emilia has this, Beatrice has this, every character kind of has this. But I do love to see it with Rem because hers is very strong in that regard, right? She massively hits herself into the ground when something doesn't go right. Ooh, excuse me. Even prior to losing her memories, she was pretty bad at it, right? So it's nice. It's nice. I like that this happens. Uh, for some reason, the Petra before her eyes seemed to overlap with Subaru from that time just a little. Surely that is all more proof of the influence that person has had on everyone, isn't it? Huh? What do you mean, Remne-sama? Nothing, Petra-san. Your words brought back some very fond and cherished memories of mine. Do you remember the when the witch beasts attacked Arlem Village? Um, yeah, yes, I remember. At Rem's question, Petra's cheeks slightly tensed up. Then Petra fucking just like, yeah, I remember it. Just staring at Melee like that, just I remember. Uh, that's so funny. Uh, Petra's gaze flickered towards the girl standing in the corner of the room, Melee. She apparently had joined the camp while Rem was asleep and had been serving a role in the kingdom, while Amelia and the others had struggled in the empire. She seemed vaguely familiar, but why was Petra paying attention to her now? Dude, dude. You know, it's good that they say no. I don't know that she would. She would potentially be willing to hear her out, right? I think she would maybe be willing to hear her out. But I think if she knew, I think if Rem knew, that would be an immediate like just this intense gaze. There would be no shot that Melee would get off like scot free with that, right? Because Rem literally put herself in danger to save Subaru, and if she found out, oh yeah, it's all because that little girl in the corner, that would raise some sparks. That's all I'm saying, right? I don't think that would get her to outright like kill her or some shit, but like I think she would be very skeptical. This would be the same thing as how Ren viewed Subaru at the start of Arc 7. It would be the same as that of I'm not gonna do shit to you, but that said, I got my eye on you. Mm. All right, back to it. Uh, where were we? Right, yeah. Anyway, please don't do anything that could cause harm to yourself, Ren-sama. The the world would fall into darkness if your precious white and delicate fingers were to get hurt. Petra-san, if you absolutely insist on doing it, I'll take responsibility and break my fingers too. Petra-san, when Petra suddenly clenched her small hands into fists, Rem's voice involuntarily pierced a shrill note. Petra smiled mischievously at Rem's reaction, and she continued, "That's why." Further down, mustn't do such a thing. Yes, yes, understood. With that reminder from Petra, Rem nervously gave her a nod. This was partially because she had succumbed to Petra's enthusiasm, but it would be more correct. I don't know why I was going to say accurate. Technically, it's still true. More correct to say that the Subaru-like impression she was getting from Petra blocked any room for a counter-argument. She also seemed to have overlapped with Subaru just earlier, but the way she held back Rem now, the way she had offset Rem's hastiness by crashing directly into her with her own extremes, was very much like him. Quick drink. I'm like bursting through this bottle. It's, whew. Again, it's hot in here. I hope we're all right to do the triple chapter, but again, if we have to, we delay it. We don't cancel it, we just delay it. Hopefully, we're all right though, right? Ideally, again, next few chapters aren't too long, and if that's true, that works out great. Uh, Getting a keen sense for the magnitude of Subaru's influence for Petra, Rem fell silent. In a way, Petra's current state seemed to indicate that she understood Subaru better than Rem did, and it would not have been strange for her to harbor jealousy or feelings of envy. But oddly enough, Rem did not feel any such emotions towards Petra whatsoever. She did not know why that was, but thinking of Subaru just now, another splinter caught in Rem's heart. That was, you know, I'm curious. I'm gonna say my thoughts. I'm wondering if that's a lore implication in a certain sense because of the sacrifice. Because we still don't know what the sacrifice is, so very well could have been, and that could have had an effect on things. Uh, Aldebaran's son's authority. That which she had just finished explaining to Amelia by using a gold coin, the authority of turning back time. Thanks to Rem's very patient explanation, Rem had comprehended just how terrifying such a thing was. But as she had thought about it more in order to explain it to Amelia, some suspicions began to simmer within herself. An authority to observe the future that laid ahead and avoid that which was undesirable by turning back the clock. That person, as well, that spark of suspicion faintly sprouted grew quickly within Rem, spreading like an inferno as it burned through the fields of her thoughts. Then, amidst the scorched ashes that remained, there lay a number of embers that had ignited, feeding the flame even more. For instance, how was there always a thick fragrance of miasma that hung over Super? Shit! Oh shit! I was waiting a moment because she said that person, so I'm like, it could be, but I had to wait a moment. Oh no, she suspects him. Oh boy, she suspects him, and if she suspects him and Petra says anything, right? Oh boy, Rem is gonna find out something. Rem might potentially. I don't think she will, but she could potentially find out some things that probably would lead her to smash her own fingers. Oh boy. Oh man. Ooh. Ooh. I need a drink solely for that. That was ooh. Ooh. Okay. Okay. let's keep going. Uh, Hungover Subaru, for instance, how miasma would often grow deeper and more intense as if it was enveloping Subaru. Oh shit. For instance, how Subaru would read into situations with inexplicable insight uh, and find a path through to the solution. For instance, how a multitude of deaths had been averted thanks to Subaru's presence, with Rem having been one amongst them. When taken individually, these elements would seem like nothing more than nitpicking, but when taken with that single rule-breaking factor at its core, an authority, everything fit together surprisingly well. But in the 1 in 10,000 chance that Rem's intuition was correct, boy known as Natsuki Subaru, despite possessing a nearly unparalleled power, he only ever uses it for the sake of others. What a selfless person he is. See, that's so that I'm not trying to like speak too much and then like delay how often I'm reading, but like that's so interesting in contrast because he gets called selfish in a certain manner in arc 4 because of how he uses it there. And it makes sense. The way he's using it is absurdly selfish in the sense that we don't know what happens, right? We don't know how things continue. So the idea of I just have to die is like a really, really selfish way of doing it because they're not thinking about the consequences of others. But technically speaking, yeah, in this sense, it can be viewed as that. So it's interesting. Obviously, she doesn't know how it works if it were to be correct, but uh, one could start over at any time and revise things to suit their own convenience. Nothing would stop them from behaving selfishly and reshaping the world as they pleased. However, Subaru did no such thing, nor would he ever employ such methods. That was best understood by Rem, who represented someone who had not bent to Subaru's will. Subaru had been utilizing his power to bend people's minds to his wishes, and Rem would have never managed to break Subaru's fingers. In other words, the fact that Subaru's fingers had been broken was proof of his sincerity. Maybe Rem should also break her fingers to match Subaru-kun's after all. Even though I just got to you to give up on doing that. Uh, where am I? There I am. Alright, you're mistaken, Petrosan. The time is not for some backwards, negative reason like being unable to face him, but a forwards facing, positive one like wanting to share the same pain as Subaru-kun. Whether it's forward, backward, upward, or downward, that's a big fat no. With nobody willing to listen to her, Rem's enthusiasm fell flat. Anyhow, putting aside the matter of finger breaking, Rem's idea that Subaru possessed an authority, the same type of Aldebaran's, was one that she was only growing more confident in. But even after hearing the details of turning back time, it seemed like Rem, Amelia, and the rest had not arrived at the same conclusion that Rem had. That's like, it is interesting that she kind of, picks up on it, but the rest don't. Perhaps it was because Rem harbored a deeper understanding of Subaru. That was not the case. Rather, it's the opposite. Unlike Rem, the reason why Amelia and the others had not arrived at this notion was because they, continuing to live whilst Rem slumbered, knew just how hard Subaru had been working each day until now. From what she had been told, during the time Rem had been asleep that lasted greater than a year, Subaru made a contract with Beatrice and had worked tirelessly to become a knight worthy of Amelia. Because they knew of Subaru's efforts, they would have not harbored any suspicions that any other elements had contributed to his successes. And though it was so vexing that it felt as if her heart was on the verge of being torn asunder, Rem knew nothing of those efforts. That was why there was such a massive gap between her and those who had surrounded him in their perception of what Subaru was capable of. But that in no way diminished Subaru's heroism. Above all, the fact that Subaru had now fallen into this situation meant that even if he possessed an authority, it was not omnipotent, and therefore the reality that Subaru had mustered up all of his wisdom and courage to take the hands of others, move forward, remained unshakable. So even now, there still remained plenty of opportunity for Rem to become Subaru's strength. Quick drink in a second. Alright. We're not halfway yet, so that's good. Right. Haven't drained that whole thing. Knowing that, Nesama, captive Subaru, needed their help. That certainty in her own thinking, Rem hastened to share her thoughts with Ram and everyone else, hoping to increase the fuel of their discussion. It was a theory based on intuition, and the Oni's ability to smell miasma, so it would be difficult to convince them. But she was sure that Ram was very intelligent, and Amelia, who was very accepting, would listen to what she had to say in earnest. With that thought in mind, Ram was about to speak to Ram and the rest, the former of whom had turned towards her and asked, "What's the matter?" "We have now returned." Tardiness. It happened at that moment. In the hall of the royal residence, where Rem and the others had gathered, two men appeared as if in the blink of an eye. One was Klein, a handsome man wearing a monocle that gave off an impression of intelligence, and the person Klein had brought alongside him was Rem's master, who she had known for a long time and owed a great debt owed a great debt of gratitude to. You know, she just woke up. Essentially, well, not woke up. She didn't just wake up, but she got her memories back now. Uh, if she were to find out anything about what Roswell has done, specifically in her past, right, like way back when, I think there would be a new issue that would rise up. I'm just saying. Uh, right. Roswell, you came. Yes. Klein had informed me of the situation. I've now heard about Subaru-kun and Beatrice's predicament, and of the circumstances that could possibly shake the very foundation of the royal selection. But I'm simply too exhausted from our travels to the Empire. I could never afford to say. Oh, hold on. Alright. Apologies, friends. We're back. Alright. Uh, right. Could never afford to say such a thing. We're good on audio and everything, right? Yeah. Hmm. That's really reassuring. We'll fill you in on all our discussions right away, but before that, hmm. Amelia greeted the tall figure that was Roswell, who had just appeared, and gestured with her hand towards Rem, who had been standing just behind him. Roswell turned his head at Amelia's gesture, and his heterochromic eyes focused in on Rem. In response, Rem pinched her skirt and performed the proper courtesy. Ooh, excuse me. Roswell-sama, it had been a terribly long leave of absence. Allow for thanks to once again be bestowed for venturing to retrieve us from the Empire. Rem has returned to service. Oh, let me put up the chat there. Roswell's throat rumbled slightly upon witnessing Rem's gratitude and return to service. The next moment, his tall body began to stagger as if he were dizzy. Roswell-sama. Ah, no, I'm fine, I'm fine. It was just so sudden, as if I was about to drown in information. Standing by his side, Rem quickly steadied his body, to which Roswell responded with a wry smile. It seemed that because Rem's name had been regurgitated, caused a resurgence of memories. It was disappointing that it had not been through the power of her bond with Subaru, who had zealously polished her iron ball, the Morning Star. But seeing the place she occupied within others being filled once again, or filled again, technically the same, after such a long vacancy, was not a bad feeling, though there were some who might have called it tactless. Either way, welcome back, Rem. Once the situation has settled down, why don't we discuss what has been happening with the mansion in the time you were absent? About Rem in particular? Yes, I look forward to it from the bottom of my heart. With great compression, Roswell was able to quickly move on from the shock of remembering Rem. Impressed by the strength of her master's spirit, Rem tried again to reopen the conversation anew. However, Rem's sleeve was tugged firmly from behind. Master, wasn't Frederica Nesama with you? Yes. I had Frederica stay in the burial domain. Hold on. Oh, too much. There we go. I already agreed to give my help there after all. I also couldn't bear to leave Schultkun alone. Furthermore, Klein said he would fill Frederica's expected role. Fulfilling Frederica Nesama's role? It's such a massive, like, name to say because of the, like, uh, what am I, the honorific. That's what it is. That's what I was trying to remember what it is. Uh, can Klein Nesama really do that? Harsh. Must endeavor to dispel those doubts. Uh, strenuous effort. Petra frowned as she confirmed Frederica's whereabouts. Seeing that she did not return with Roswell and the others, while Klein calmly vowed to make up for her absence. During this exchange, Rem had turned her head to look at Petra's profile as she tugged on her sleeve and asked, Petra-san. Petra had now just clearly interrupted Rem and changed the subject, bringing up a different topic. Of course, the whereabouts of Frederica was another area of concern, but her actions had another meaning of significance. While Rem pondered this, Amelia introduced Ramji to Roswell and began to talk about which countermeasures they would need to take to cross camp boundaries. Seeing this, Petra turned to Rem and gave her a small, beckoning gesture. That was when, perhaps you also noticed something about Subaru, Rem-ne-sama? The way you said that, Petra-san, have you also noticed Subaru-kun has an authority? Don't say anything more than that. The witch might hear you. Fucking, she just, hold on. How do I replicate this? She did the, she did the fucking, she did the thing. She did the, do I have a notepad? Do I have a notepad? Do I have one in here? Fuck. Uh, I want to replicate it in a proper way. Fuck, I don't have a notepad around here. I could technically use one of the books. She she did the fucking like Chainsaw Man like fucking what's his name? Why is his name escaping me? I fucking love him as a character, even though he hasn't showed up in a while. Uh, it's all escaping me. Uh, but she did the thing of like, oh yeah, like Makima is listening, like she did that, but like, oh, the witch might hear you. Oh, that's so, dude. Imagine. Hold on, let me take a drink. Imagine being Rem in this scenario. Like, Petra stops you, right? You have this theory going on in your head, right? You're Rem. There's this person you really care about, you really love. Boom. Okay. You have this theory going on in your head, and you're like, you know what? I think it has to be this. And Petra goes, hold on. You have suspicions about him too, right? Like these suspicions about what's going on, and Petra, or not Petra, and then you are like, oh shit, Petra has the same idea. Oh shit, like she noticed something, and I also noticed that. Maybe I should discuss it with her. And then she goes, shh, the witch might hear you. At that point, you're sitting there like, what? Like, what the fuck did you just say? The witch? Like, what? Like the witch? The fuck do you mean she might hear? What? Dude. Like, no wonder she has this pause here. That would legitimately make you go, what the fuck are you talking about? She might hear. What? She might hear me? Oh, that's so good. Rem could not help but keep silent when Petra put her fingers to her own lips in a shushing gesture. Petra did not explicitly say so, but her words indicated exactly what was on Rem's mind. There was evidence enough to prove that Petra also thought that Subaru also had the authority of turning back time. From the words that followed, Rem could guess that Petra had been privy to more information than she was. It was a bit of a stretch to say that the witch would hear them, but as I had already heard that Reinhardt Sama is holding back the Witch of Envy at the Agra sand dunes. This is not something that I can laugh off as an exaggeration. Yes, it has to do with that. I'm not absolutely sure that is the case, but I think it's best if we don't talk about the subject. I don't want to ever experience that feeling again. Petra's mutterings were filled with an almost frightening level of earnest realism, that they carried a weight as if she had personally experienced the consequences from uttering those taboo words. So it is interesting that they can dance around it, right? Because this is a big thing to note. Almost no characters have known about this, right? Technically, there's Echidna and all this, like, who do know, but no characters have known about this in the series that have explicitly tried to talk about it, right? Like, Roswell knew Subaru had something, but he never knew what that was, right? He knew Subaru had the capability to do something in regards to all this, but he never knew what the extent of that was. So this is an interesting thing in that regard, where, well, technically, with all this, right, uh, these two characters, like, properly know this time. It's not like Roswell and all that. It's like these two characters know in a certain sense. Petra knows more, obviously. She knows the whole spiel. But now it's a thing of, okay, Petra knows, but she knows what the consequences are. So they have to dance around, Satella and everything and be like, hey, I have this little note I can give you. Here's this note, right? Like that sort of thing. Just like being careful about it because, yeah, otherwise we don't know what's going to happen. Otherwise they might get attacked. But that is interesting that you are able. So this proves you are able to get around it in a sense, right? Don't outright say it, don't outright imply it, but if you can technically talk about it, that works out, right? Like if you can find a way to say, "Hey, I think something's going on with him," right? Because that's the big thing is if Rem actually uttered her theory, there is a risk that they get attacked. And that's really interesting to point out. Is that there is a risk if she says anything. That's so cool. I can feel it coming. Ooh, excuse me. There we go. I fucking love this arc. This arc is so good. Ah, get back into it. Uh, Naturally, Petra's quiet appeal made Rem stop speaking and swallow those words into the back of her throat. But that meant missing the opportunity to reveal Subaru's true accomplishments so far. It's not what he it's not what he would be concerned about, would it? Before and after losing her memory, Rem had two opportunities to get to know Subaru. What she had learned through those two occasions was that Subaru possessed an earnest sincerity, which struck deep into her heart, and that honestly and openly evaluating everything that was revealed to him was secondary. Wishing Subaru to be praised and rewarded for all his actions and intentions was merely a reflection of Rem's own values. Rem Nesama, there's one thing I want to ask you. Petra asked Rem, who swallowed her own prayers and the aftertaste of her lingering sentimentality. It's not a particularly harsh voice, but to Rem it seemed as if Petra had asked her a question with great care, so that only she could hear it. When Rem nodded her head slightly, she felt the seriousness of the situation, feeling which reminded her of Subaru's earnestness. Then, Rem-Nesama, would you do anything to help Subaru? Behind this question, Rem sensed that Petra was expressing her belief that she could and would do it. There was no sense of rivalry with it, but her deliberation lasted less than a second. Yes, of course. I am Subaru-kun's Rem, after all. That was an answer that required no hesitation on Rem's part. Oh boy. Oh boy. I assume I could be wrong, but we might be done with their party for this chapter. That was good. That was really good. Mmm. One more drink. Damn. It's already 6:40. Oof. That said, We've been streaming about the accurate amount of time. Technically, if we finish the chapter soon, we'll get it done in less time than I thought. So that's not bad, especially when we were talking. That's not bad. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. As exhaustion continued to accumulate with every passing moment, something Aldebaran felt keenly. Fine with procuring food locally, same with getting water by freezing the atmosphere and licking the ice. But the fact that our sleeping hours are being curtailed is seriously draining. They continued to face relentless sabotage and endless torment for the Aldebaran party. The majority of the damage inflicted by those disturbances was nothing so major that left them wounded or pressed them to retreat from the war front, but rather nasty tricks that had just kept them in a state of exhaustion, and whenever he would think along such lines, they would be hit with an attack of the same class as the falling boulder that had been the first maneuver used against them at the quarry, highlighting the underhandedness of the techniques which did not allow them to relax their vigilance whatsoever. The greatest problem at hand was that they possessed no means to perfectly defend against this. Military grade internal affairs minister. Military grade internal affairs minister, huh? The violent way it sounds ain't just for show, eh? The internal affairs minister of the Amelia camp, Otto Suin, was a man who often appeared meek and feeble. His role within the camp was that of cushioning someone often reduced to the butt of a joke, and while his position might not have been necessary for their everyday operations, he was not an individual who necessitated vigilance during the most crucial of moments. That perception had been completely mistaken. The fact that he could converse with any living thing was something Aldebaran had underestimated, overwhelmingly so. The price for that was something he was paying for with an unbelievable amount of vigor and resources. Moreover, the problems don't end with just that devious internal affairs minister. There's also trouble stirring between the old man and Feltchan. In addition to the ongoing sabotage, what troubled Aldebaran's mind even further was the friction that had arisen between his own party members, the building of a seed of trouble he could not overlook. Aldebaran had not originally planned on Felt being among them, but having needed to bring her along to maintain his relationship with Aldebaran, her presence had been a huge blow. That was a matter of Felt having touched upon the crux of that which stirred up Heinkel's emotions. It seemed as if Felt had touched upon almost everything that Heinkel did not wish to be touched upon. While his son, Reinhard, was containing the Witch of Envy at the Agra sand dunes, with his own hands had Heinkel stabbed his father, Wilhelm, for getting in the way. The price for carelessly disrupting his mental state on the verge of collapse was something Felt had almost ended up paying with her life. No, in reality, she had ended up paying with her life many times. If Aldebaran had not reset things with his territory, Felt's death would have been set in stone. That would have then invoked Aldebaran's and Heinkel would have been driven into a corner. As it stood, the Divine Dragon's consciousness was in a natural state of being overridden by Aldebaran. If something that considerably roused the dragon's instincts were to be brought upon it, it was quite possible that the magic of the Book of the Dead would come undone. Hence, Aldebaran had forcibly cut off the conversation between Heinkel and Felt. But it's nothing but a band-aid fix. If I ever carelessly leave the old man with Feltchan, I can easily see things getting bloody again. Having said that, it'd be impossible to leave anybody but Ye to handle restraining that Roy bastard. Shit. I'm not doing a quiz about getting a wolf and a goat to the other side of a river on a boat. I ain't good at those any which way. Though it was one of those so-called logic patterns, or puzzles, he had been placed in a somewhat similar situation. The current circumstances of allocating his mental resources to a futile battle of wits was undesirable. But with that said, you can just cast away Heinkelsumma or Filtsumma as you please. It'll become much easier, you know. How many times do I have to tell you? I ain't gonna do that. As a light-hearted voice suddenly interjected with the proposal, Aldebaran clicked his tongue before responding. Pen joined behind her back. Ye walked towards him with spring in her step, as if performing a dance. Seeing her by herself, Aldebaran narrowed his eyes within his helmet. Oi, why are you alone? You ought to be with someone. Feltsumma is with Wolfsumma. The Sin Archbishop is strung up, and Heinkel Sama is bound tight. For the time being, things have settled down. Even so, that doesn't mean we don't have any holes. That would be correct. But, it currently seems like Alsama has the potential to become our biggest hole. As she spoke, Ye hugged one of her legs as she crouched down before Aldebaran. As her cat-like red eyes peered into him, Aldebaran experienced a taste of discomfort. No matter how bluntly he answered, her judgment was correct. Without a doubt, the one most clearly exhausted among their members was none other than Aldebaran. But that's a matter of course. The goals I'm aiming to accomplish are the biggest and most numerous. Hence, it's natural I have to shoulder the difficulties. As a result, if Alisama were to be crushed halfway through, wouldn't it be unbearable to watch? What is it you want to say? Like I've been saying, that which Ye Chen wants to say is the same as it's always been. Before you get crushed like a bug, Alisama, you should rein in your conditions for victory. I told you already, that's... Why is it that you must cling to such clean methods, Alisama? Resting her chin in her arm, resting her chin in the arm upon her folded knee, Ye posed a sharp question. Let me take a quick drink before I read the next part. Here. All right. Should be good to go. Ye's eyes, narrowed to a Fred's breath, uh, faintly opened, and sensing the playfulness of her voice, let me move my mouse, had vanished. Aldebaran was unable to muster any immediate response, and taking advantage of that silence of Aldebaran's, Ye resumed. Our opponents will come at you with reckless abandon. It's only natural. After all, Al-Sama, you robbed them of their companions, wounded them, and at the end of it all, put the fate of the world on the line. After that, of course, they're going to be willing to risk their lives. They won't hesitate to use methods that go against the righteous road, fair and square. Excuse me. I know that I'm causing you a lot of trouble. Not only are you being endlessly harassed, but you even ended up clashing with the sword demon in the royal capital. You're mistaken. It's not that I want to complain. No, in a sense, it might just very well undoubtedly be a complaint, though. What are you trying to say? He had been unable to finish his words. Without dodging Ye's hand, as it suddenly reached out, pushed down on Aldebaran's forehead, causing him to fall backwards. Then, as Aldebaran blinked his eyes, Ye glided on top of him after pushing him down. At that close proximity, Aldebaran and Ye crossed gazes. That instant, Aldebaran poked the drug package prepared behind his molar with his tongue, intending to commit suicide so they could redo this moment. That madam has passed away, Alsama. She passed away. Haven't you said it yourself many times now? Just before Aldebaran could swallow the poison, Ye spoke thus to him at such a close distance that he could feel her breath on him, causing his throat to seize up. It had not been, he need not be told. Priscilla Burial had died. That was the basis for everything. The reason why Aldebaran had taken the leap for this decision, the genesis, and the final shackle. Because she was no longer among them, Aldebaran was released from all the chains that had bound him. And so, while fully aware that it would make him the enemy of all beings, that it would plunge the world into chaos, he had started this. Is that true? Ah? Is that truly the case? The madam is no longer among us. That's why nothing matters to you anymore. No matter who you betray, what you destroy, or how you might be perceived, you're completely fine with it. Is that true? At the repeated question, Aldebaran froze. Even now, he could make it so this moment never happened with a single movement of his tongue. With that as insurance, no. Even if he lacked the insurance, Aldebaran would likely not have moved. Ye's words and gaze harbored a power to bind him far greater than that of any steel thread. Is that true? So she had asked. Just what answer did she want from him? Is that true? So she had asked. Of course it's true. What else could he possibly say? Is that true? So she had asked. With the certainty of Aldebaran's resolve, she inquired. The results might be questionable. The damages brought about might be even outrageous. But here's what I also think. Your way of doing things is way, way too clean. Clean? You confront your enemies head on, uh, sur- surpassing and surmounting their strategies, and you take advantage of their weaknesses when your military prospects are lacking. But you don't allow there to be any casualties. Your resolve is clean, Alsama. That's why you ended up being so terribly cornered like this. Alsama, how about you quit yearning for the sun? As Ye smoothly reached out her arms, she grabbed both sides of Aldebaran's helmet. Her hands made no attempt to remove the helmet, but rather they locked his line of sight onto her, refusing to let him look away. That gesture, combined with the whispering of her words, fettered Aldebaran's soul, preventing any and all movement. Stop yearning for the sun. Crawl on the ground, cover yourself in mud, stop looking up to the sky, and bathe in the blood. It's all right. I'm already covered in filth, so I won't bulk bulk at basking in the blood and the mud alongside you. No matter what you say, you've no need to give up that which you aren't willing to. But if that's what you wish, then please don't try to be clean. If you would just give up on being clean, then, pausing there, Ye's lips curved into a gentle half moon. That smile of Ye's, tinged with the hue of blood, was terribly transient, overlapping with the smile of someone else. Nobody would be able to defeat my Alsama. That was the smile of someone engraved into his soul, the one who had molded Aldebaran. With a bloody smile, as Ye spoke in the manner of as if clinging to him, as if cherishing him, as if lamenting him, as if pleading with him, as if threatening him, as if despairing him, Aldebaran heaved a long sigh. Then, whoa, expand territory, matrix redefinition. In order to not relinquish that which was truly difficult to let go of, he thought that maybe he ought to cover himself in mud and blood. Oh boy. I did see this illustration before. I did see this one on Twitter. I just didn't know what it was in reference to, so I was curious. But oh shit, dude. Oh fuck. That means no more holding back. That means no more holding back. Oh fuck. Okay, here we go. You know, we've had these big plot lines about Subaru being, stuck in the past a little bit, as well as other characters. Fittingly, Rem was one of them, and they kind of went over that. This is the same for Al, except we're seeing an evolution in the evil sort of direction. Oh boy. Strong throbbing pain gouged into his brain, causing Otto to let out a small groan. Already, 20 hours had passed since he threw open his divine protection of the soul of language. During that time, he had not continuously check he had not been continuously checking the open channels, but even if did not speak through them at all times, he did not fail to collect every single scrap of incoming information. Consequently, maintaining his divine protection in a half-open state, Otto ate and slept sparingly as he continued his endless, solitary battle. Amelia-sama, I see that you have joined up with the Margrave and the others. Although he did not exercise as much power as he did tracking Aldebaran's group, he managed to confirm the movements of his allies, with Otto sent out animals in both directions as scouts. He had not been in active contact with Amelia and the others, as he did not want his concentration to break. But beyond the main reason was that Otto did not want his recklessness to be constrained. No matter how one looked at it, if they knew that Otto's nose had blood enough to fill up a cup, Amelia and the others would undoubtedly stop him. However, it is necessary. Soon, Aldebaran's group would arrive at the Kararagi city-state's Grand Mogulate Geyser, where they would attempt to fulfill their goal. Most likely. Oh. Oh. The geyser. Oh. Oh. Hey. You guys remember when I started the stream and mentioned how I didn't see any spoilers, but the one thing I did see was the cover, and I assumed there wasn't too much that was that big of a deal because it looked like it was referencing the first volume cover. But shit. Shit. The volume cover was a spoiler, wasn't it? Fuck. Well, I mean, okay, I kind of expected that to happen. Shit. I wish I didn't see the cover. Damn. Wish I did not stumble upon that. I was fine for everything else. Everything else was muted and all that. But damn. This is what I get for following the official account when they post the image and everything. And again, I was saving it just in case for like a thumbnail if I was gonna use it, because I was like, oh, maybe I'll draw something because Rem's on it, and maybe I want to avoid spoilers for people. Well, spoiled myself with that, presumably. Fuck, I should have considered. I should have considered that there was probably imagery in there that I didn't want to see. Fuck. Ah, that's okay. That's okay. You know what? It's one thing. I've heard there's multiple spoilers. I'm only familiar with the one spoiler, and this is something I was expecting, right? I was expecting some sort of, I'm going to say victory in a sense, right? I don't know what it's like, right? I don't know what the contents of all that will involve or whatever it may be, if true. Um, so you know what? I think it's okay. I think if it's just that one, that's all right. That's the least bad. I don't know what's to come. Maybe it's not the least bad, but uh, you know, to my knowledge, there's a lot of spoilers. So as long as it's only one, we're good, right? We're good. And that's self-inflicted. So you know what? I can only blame myself, technically, because I mean, I was following the official account. So if it posts a cover, no shit, I'm gonna see it on my feed, right? But still, self-inflicted. Quick drink. Mm. Okay. Where they would attempt to fulfill their goal, most likely that would be the time limit. In the end, there were just Otto's instincts, but he was convinced that not stopping their foes here would be their losing condition. This was surely their last chance to retrieve Natsuki Subaru and Beatrice. Therefore, it must be prevented. But the deciding factor did not lie with Otto. Always, the one that had held the decisive factor was someone other than Otto. A little bit down, a little bit up. Ooh, excuse me. All that Autosuin could do was support someone else. And so, in that support, he would wring out every drop of blood and energy in his body. Laddie, please don't die. At least you are not telling me to not be reckless. Laddie, doesn't it seem being reckless is a hobby for you? I know it's something you wouldn't stop doing even if I told you to, so I won't waste my breath. Hence, please don't die. At the supportive expression of his loving dragon Frufu, Otto bitterly chuckled. Fundamentally, Otto was moving separately from the rest of the camp, and his means of transportation was the being with whom he would speak to whenever push came to shove. In case his divine protection of the soul of language steeped him too deeply in the thoughts of other living creatures, and he had to avoid becoming unable to return, he made sure to always travel with at least Frufu by his side. As expected, since Frufu had known him since childhood, she seemed to be able to read Otto's mind, and had often saved him with her dependability. This was especially true when they were alone in the mountains, far from human habitation. Uh, I don't know if this will help, but why don't you get some sleep? As you said earlier, my group is currently resting. Now you don't have to worry about losing sight of them. Why don't you take a break? What are you talking about? If he's resting, then he's not being hindered. Instead, right now is the greatest time for profit. Treating this situation as a time for reaping profits. Your bad habit is slipping out, laddie. Fufu shook her large head in exasperation, her tone and demeanor carefree. Considering the current situation, one would think she was too easygoing. But Otto knew this easygoingness was intentional, so that he did not become anxious, so that he could not get irritated. Actually, while talking to Fufu, his willpower had steadily recovered. Thanks to this, it seemed he would be able to hold out a little longer. It's not what I was trying to do, you know. Even if you did not mean to, you are helping me. My Fufu really is the best partner. You really have a way with words, laddie. A low groan of dissatisfaction rumbled from Fufu as she smiled, while Otto took a deep breath. Then once again, he drew his consciousness to his channels towards the birds, insects, and schools of fish that he had entrusted with tracking Aldebaran's group, trying to figure out as much of the enemy's movements as possible. Of course, since he needed to exchange information with the animals, Otto's pursuit of Aldebaran was just slightly delayed, and there was some amount of lag. Still, that he did not that he had not lost sight of Aldebaran's group, and he had been able to continue chasing them without loosening his grip, was due to the great power of the Zoda bugs. Most animals were frightened by the presence of the divine dragon that accompanied them, and no matter how earnestly he begged them, they refused to go beyond a certain point. However, Zoda bugs were different. Rather than the individual, they were more concerned with the survival of the swarm, and so that they could fearlessly draw close to the divine dragon, making them terrific for reconnaissance. Once this was over, including the peaceful place that he had promised to them, they needed to be treated as kindly as possible. If you're too supportive of the Zoda bugs, Miss Frederica, Miss Petra, and the others will be even more grossed out. I know that, I know that for some reason, a lot of women hate Zoda bugs, but if they become aware of their contributions this time, maybe that will change their perception. Though Otto understood that there was very little hope of that. It's not just the women's side. After Otto's battle in the sanctuary, Garfield had also seemed to develop some reluctance towards them. Super and Beatrice, too, once they were safely broken free and heard about the work of the Zodabugs had put in, what kind of face would they make? At the very least, they should convey their gratitude to the head of the swarm directly. Well, that will be a little difficult, don't you think? Just then, caressing Otto's ear was a voice that did not belong to the insects, nor the small animals, nor Frou-Frou. Immediately after he gasped, Otto's body suddenly shot into the air. Laddie! There was no dragging carriage, so as Otto's weight, which had been straddling her back, suddenly disappeared, Frou-Frou let out a desperate cry. Frou-Frou's cries were in vain, as Otto was hanging from one of the trees on the mountain, kicking his legs as his hands and neck were constricted by something that felt thin. Just barely, he managed to get his fingers in front of his neck and escaped being asphyxiated. Ugh. You don't seem like a fighter, but it was amazing that you reacted immediately. Is this what they call always being prepared for battle? Oni-san, you would be a great shinobi, you know. As Otto was hanging, dangling and shaking, a slender shadow appeared from beneath his feet. A girl with crimson hair and a maid dress with waso elements. Uh, all the features matched. She was one of the people in Aldebaran's group, an enemy that Otto must eliminate. See, didn't I tell you, Alsema? There's nobody who can defeat you. The Crimson Shinobi, Yae Tenzin, as her cheek blushed red, looking up at the hanging Otto. Hmm. Oh boy. Like I said, I mean, shift in Al's plan, that was gonna happen. We knew it was gonna happen. Also, accurate time to what I said. I was like yapping for 10 minutes at the start, so you know what? Exactly accurate. I did say this was going to happen though in regards to Otto, like very likely with how Al changed. Maybe not in regards to Otto, but just Al in general. Well, this was going to happen. I will say, technically, currently, nothing has really changed, other than there could be something that happens, but it is still technically the same plan that they're kind of employing. It's just we'll find out more as we go on. But we are going to take a little break here before we go to the next one, like usual. Uh, I just want to see. I want to see our chapter word count, whatever the fuck. I think we're good. Uh, so I think if it works again, yep, perfect, perfect. Let me double check that this worked. Oh, it cleared it. What was last time? Can we undo? Can we undo? Can we undo? We can't undo. Okay. Wait, you know what we can do? I could go to my clipboard. Hold on. Let me make sure everything's all right. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let me double check that this did work. It did work. Okay, cool. So this does like get the whole thing. I'm so thankful for this change. That's awesome. That means we can do this and I can scroll up. 5,000. Okay. Very cool. We'll be all right for that. We will be all right for that. It's nice. Sick. All right. Uh, yeah, so I'm gonna take a quick break, right? Relatively short, gonna just keep it simple. And then we will be right back for the next chapter. And we will see if we can get another one done after that. This one shouldn't take too long because it's 1,000 less words. So that's nice. That works out, right? And if the next one's not too long, sick, we do the triple tonight, right? But for now, we're gonna go on break. So I'll be right back, peeps. See you in a little bit. shut my mouth. Give me just a moment. It fucking sucks in here. It's way too fucking hot. This is a pain in the ass. Holy shit. I wish I had a good stick for my fan, but I really don't. I could blow it directly in my face, but I think my hair is gonna go everywhere. So, for the sake of that, and also it's just gonna be rain directly in my eyes, maybe I don't. Ah. Decisions. Regardless of the fan or not, we do have to see how this next chapter goes, right? Because, like, if not next chapter than this one, it's kind of silly to say. If the chapter after this one, the next one after we, is super long, we might not, right? Like I said, we might delay it. Otherwise we, won't, which is fine. But there's a chance we delay it. So there is that. Let me move this out of the way. There we go. Alright. Big one up there. Okay. I think we're good to go. I'm gonna take a drink. I recently refilled it just in case. Okay. Back to it. Chapter 39, I believe. I want to say it's 49. I think it was 49. Sun's still in my face. It's still at least bright out enough that we're okay lighting-wise. That'll probably change by the end of this chapter. So, maybe even halfway through. But we'll see. We'll see. Let's switch on over. Cool. We're here. Okay. Let us commence forth. Okay. Oh, I forgot to go back and like that art. Well, I can't not like it. Hold on. Let's go back and like that art. Let's go back and like all that art. Give a nice big ol' like to all the art. What was it? Oh yeah, it's Priscilla on the front of this one. I don't know if there's any different sort of spoiler ones here. This actually reminds me of Arc 6, which is interesting. Or not Arc 6, but the If. Oh wait, I'm now realizing what it is. I haven't seen Monogatari, but that is one of the next things I have to watch. That said, it looks cool, so I'll still like it regardless. And this I did see. This one was awesome. Hello Kingpin. That one was awesome, so I did want to go back and like that. And while we're at it, might as well go in and like this one on the next chapter, if it will load. Come on. There we go. Okay. We go in and we come on. There we go. Oh wait, yeah, right. I forgot that that stuff doesn't immediately. Well, I forgot Roka's stuff usually isn't immediately up, so I'll wait on that. But in that case, we can just start then, which is all right. I did want to like the art, but I'll wait. I'll wait. Okay. I do forget that Roka art is sometimes a little bit exclusive to these chapters. That's okay. All right. Just making sure everything's okay here. Yep. All right. Cool. And my audio is all good. Let's make sure. Yep. All right. We're all good here. Sick. Back to it. Alsama, how about you quit yearning for the sun? When she had spoken those words, he did not know what sort of emotions or expectations she had harbored. His own position was that of controlling her through fear, binding her with hatred, and utilizing the guarantee of her desires for revenge. From her perspective, it ought to have been satisfying to see him so cornered. Only the fact of the matter was that she had given many reactions that were not coherent with that line of thought. In that case, just what were the true motivations hidden behind her contradictory attitude? He had given up searching for that answer. Only one thing was certain: expand territory, matrix redefinition. The advice given by Ye Tenzin had removed a single shackle that had been present within Aldebaran. Though not deliberately self-imposed, it had been a subconsciously placed shackle, uh, inhibitor, hurdle, psychological chains that had slammed the brakes on the overpowering quality of Aldebaran's authority. Now that he was free from those chains, the options available to Aldebaran expanded to an infinite domain. Target 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Fire. Alter. Alright. Origin. Uh, I see. He's like, that's their code names, right? Yeah, Alter Origin, I see. Responding to the order without hesitation, Aldebaran, who had been waiting in the background, stretched out its wings. Alter, it had expressed no confusion in regards to that alias. By way of the Book of the Dead, the update in his intentions had already been communicated. The alias Origin was also an easily understandable, but trivial matter. Without room to put his opinions on that alias into words, white light, the dragon's breath was unleashed. The divine dragon's dragon husk, the tremendous might of its breath demonstrated the maximum capabilities of its specs, and proved to be a fine article that even the sword saint Reinhard van Estrella had just barely managed to neutralize. And on the current battlefield, with the sword saint absent, nay, on the area that could not even be described as a battlefield, the breath was unleashed, raising it to the ground, everything natural, everything man-made, and most notably, all life consisting of not just plants and animals, but humans too, was erased. The range output of the dragon's fully powered breath reached out to several kilometers, and anyone fortunate enough to be engulfed by the light of ruin that arrived without giving any warning would cease to exist, lacking even the time to register pain. And now, passing the order to Aldebaran, Aldebaran had performed that deed. As commanded, 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock, scorching down the area signified by directions corresponding to the positions on a clock, it reduced all who stood in its path to naught. In all likelihood, the lives lost could not have been counted in just the hundreds or thousands, but numbered well in the realms of tens of thousands. Ha ha ha. Well done. Laying his eyes upon that which could only be described as tyranny, the act of brutally trampling all in one's path, the suspended Roy Alfred snickered in amusement, in amusement, sorry. I thought that it was continuing. Strung up with his arms bound, Roy placed the soles of his free feet together, thus cheering as he clapped not his hands, but his feet. But while nobody aside from Roy contributed to the noisy applause, none of the members present there appeared to criticize Aldebaran's actions. Present instead was delight, understanding, subordinates, and fear. All were his henchmen, even the ones who had no say in the matter. Thus, basking in their gazes, Aldebaran looked up to the sky. The dragon's breath unleashed, not only was the land scorched, but signs of his influence appeared in the sky and surrounding atmosphere as well. With the clouds torn asunder and the rain and wind that were supposed to have occurred banished from the land, the traces of the dragon had been deeply engraved, ravages of the dragon's rage, so to speak. Naturally, there existed no living being that did not fear the ire of the overwhelming existence that was the dragon. I'm sorry, the herb. Because there existed no beings that could fight back against a rampaging dragon, mad with rage. It was an ironclad rule that when faced with the dragon's fury, all forms of life would keep their heads held low, attempting to conceal their presence and waiting for the storm to pass. I take a quick drink. All right. Therefore, the likes of birds and bugs promptly approaching the ravages of that rage, was far beyond unnatural. Looks like a miss. Seeing a flock of birds assembling around the area, scorched by the breath to ascertain the damages, Aldebaran muttered words that would fade away in the confines of his mouth. The vast majority of animals were straightforward, faithful to their instincts. That was being distorted, and they were acting in a manner dishonest to their instincts, with proof of some sort of unnatural interference. That was to say, it was proof that the existence in enacting that unnatural interference had survived. Ascertaining that, Aldebaran would. Next. Muttering that, he unwrapped the poisonous drug package within his mouth and gulped down the deadly bane, and then, target 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock, fire, altar. Subsequently, upon returning to his restart point, he oriented himself towards the next area and instructed the dragon to trample it down. Target 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock, fire, altar. Target 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, slight adjustment. Target 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock. Target lock to 7 o'clock, adjust range output, breath to 80%, 70%, 60%, 65%, 65.5%, 65.5% confirmed. 714. Having been told that his way of doing things was too clean by Ye, Aldebaran had revised his thoughts. Gaining awareness of the pride he had been blind to, he earnestly examined what was truly necessary in order to accomplish his objective, and arrived at an answer: the no-killing restriction. From the moment Aldebaran had decided on the removal of Natsuki Subaru, and resolved himself to abide by his own purpose of creation, he had established that as the minimum obligation he would need to uphold. From this world, where many had already been lost, with even she who had embodied the sun having disappeared, he would not cause anything more to be lost, so he had decided. But, by overly adhering to that vow, Aldebaran had subsequently placed a shackle on his own authority. In order to uphold his vow that he would not take the life of anyone, he ended up imposing the same binding to the journey itself. With Aldebaran's authority, with his territory, the events that transpired in the repeating world would endlessly be made to have never happened until that matrix was finally marked with a full stop. In that case, so long as the records balanced out to a no killing by the end, he would not need to worry about deaths during the process. But by keeping that conclusion outside of his conscious awareness, Aldebaran had unwittingly levied that shackle upon himself. In order to finally remove it, Aldebaran had continued to waste time in futility. No, without Ye's words, he might have still been none the wiser. I knew that Nissan was trying to use his divine protection to whittle us down. The problem lies in his meticulousness and the unlimited hand of cards. Really seemed like there was no way to avert that, but no longer bound by that shackle, Aldebaran surmounted that challenge with brute force. Nothing about it was difficult. His pursuer was borrowing the eyes and agency of insects, fish, and other small animals in order to get a grasp on the movements of Aldebaran's group and enact various forms of sabotage upon them. But, considering what he conjectured to be the extent of effectiveness of his opponent's divine protection, even if his directions to the animals had been an immediate response akin to telepathy, it was not as absolute as something like brainwashing. Every single time, the pursuer would have needed to directly issue a command. And in order to enact that, the commanding pursuer himself would have needed to be stalking Aldebaran's group while maintaining a reasonable distance. Through the brute force of the dragon's breath, he had deduced the position of their pursuer, narrowing down the area using clock positions, measuring the distance with the depth of breath. Given that we're doing something erratic, he can't afford to withhold his hand in order to get a grasp of what happened. Then, the act of playing his hand is proof that Nissan made it out unharmed. But what about when he doesn't play his hand? His hand, without the leeway to mobilize the troops he had allied with his divine protection, it would have served as proof that he had vanished from the world. With that ascertained, Aldebaran had regressed his territory, closed in on the direction of his pursuer's presence, measured the distance, and finally managed to identify the opponent's position with utmost precision. Of course, during that process, the mountains, forest, and even some of the towns, A great number of lives had been sacrificed, but absolutely all of that had been made to have never happened. By balancing the records in the end using his territory, the casualties outside of Aldebaran numbered zero. No, Aldebaran's death was not counted, so casualties numbered zero total. Combined with when I was selecting the members for the tower, 1,347, really gave me one hell of a time. There's nothing more exhausting than someone thought to have already been dealt with pulling the carpet out from under him yet again. This is a fair point it's making, is the fact that, Otto's really pushing him to this limit. I do like it. Because, I mean, that's what he's capable of. We know that by now. Am I getting real dark in here? I'm getting real dark in here. I will open the light in just a moment. Happened faster than I thought. Alright, we good. Let me change this up. Oh, I knocked into my table. Ah we make ourselves thin. Whoop. And then all goes well. Oh, we're good. That's good. I knocked over the Super Metroid portrait. We're in the pitch black now. Hold on just a moment, friends. It's dark for me too. Except not anymore. Alright, we're good now. In that sense, it would be no exaggeration to say that the pursuer, Otto Suin, had given Aldebaran more trouble than either the Sword Saint or the Sword Demon had. If it had been his suggestion to send Amelia to Aldebaran and Wilhelm to Yei at the royal capital, then the damages he had caused this group amounted to far more than just Aldebaran's 1,347 deaths. Of course, it was precisely because he had judged him to be such a large threat that Aldebaran had spared no cards in his hand, thus succeeding in stringing up that formidable enemy. Alsama, over here, over here. Waving her hand, Ye beckoned to Aldebaran and the rest from below. In accordance with Ye's call, Aldebaran perched down on the ground, and Aldebaran hopped off of its back. Halfway up the mountainside, behind Ye, who had arrived first at the target point, was a green internal affairs minister strung up to a tree, and a ground dragon lying on its side with its limbs tied up. Perhaps because the ground dragon had so fervently struggled against the steel thread bindings. Oh, let me put up the chat just in case. Pale blue dragonhide was stained with blood, and even now it continued to desperately writhe while panting in exasperation. As expected, the loyalty of a ground dragon is quite something. Thinking back, the current generation's Patrichet was also like that. Current generation, that's interesting. The idea to make an example out of it flashed through my head, but it seems like he's the type to just become even more stubborn instead of breaking, so I decided not to. How was Ye-chan's judgment? I think you got the right answer. Besides, there's no point in a warning if you can't see it. As Ye greeted him while tilting her head, Aldebaran scowled within his helmet. In his vision, present above the writhing ground dragon, the strung-up internal affairs minister, Otto, was cocooned in steel threads from his head down to the tips of his toes, which of course included his eyes and mouth, with a state in which he could not do a single thing. By nature, a single steel thread was so thin that one would need to strain their eyes to even ascertain its presence, since they now appeared as an opaque tool of restraint. I don't know why I said resistance. He could not imagine just how many had been wrapped around. Quick drink. Unable to get a glimmer of any light, unable to even make a peep, it'd be possible to form communication with the outside for even just breathing, let alone whispers. And so, I've wrapped his entire body up with no gaps, save for a single airway connecting to his ankle. Yeah, to his ankle. With this, he'll be too busy focusing his breaths on clinging to survival to have any leeway to fill him with intent. I know this isn't about you getting revenge, is instead just proof that you're taking precautions. After all, this Neosan would actually be capable of plotting something against us if we gave him any room to speak. I never operate on my own personal grudges. Ye-Chen isn't that bad of a shinobi, you know. Placing a finger to her cheek, Ye was in quite a good mood as she made a cutesy smile. Given how much complete and utter hardship Otto, the harassment specialist, had put them through until now, she would have likely had a substantial amount of resentment built up, even if she had bore, even if she said she bore no personal grudges. To begin with, the, the industry leaders of carrying out harassment and conducting wars of attrition against enemies were none other than the shinobi. So now that you've dealt with that, I guess you'd be in a good mood, yeah? Or you really are a gentleman who can't understand a woman's heart, Al-sama. Feels good to pin down an opponent who persistently made attacks of the nastiest kind in a sly, exhaustive, relentless manner, you know? Isn't that pretty much exactly what I said? But the number one thing is that you're finally acting as the monster you truly are, Al-sama. Without a shred of concern for your trivial humanity, you've fully embraced the monster within. For that reason, even if something like having Volsama fling me at full strength was nothing so outlandish, it seems like you've got your fair share of complaints with that strategy. As Ye was correcting Aldebaran's mistaken impression, she added that bit onto the end. With the modification to how he utilized the territory, he had located the pursuer's whereabouts. After completing that, they needed the quickest means to reach their opponent before he could discern their intentions. That had resulted in having the airborne Aldebaran hurl Ye to the target position. On top of being crude, it was a plan that had greatly imperiled Ye's life. But because the opponent was located in the mountains, which provided a great amount of buffering material, Ye, with her ability to create cushioning with her steel thread technique, was deemed to be the most suitable candidate for it. Even though the studio was most suited to someone who won't die no matter how far they're hurled away, there was no way we could entrust it to Heinkel-sama in his current state. An old man-shaped hole might have bored through the mountain while the old man remained alive and well, but you're right about entrusting any important duties to him with his condition right now. Between Heinkel and Felt, considerably deadly rift had formed. In response to that issue, he had worked out a countermeasure to stabilize it for the time being, but that had incurred Aldebaran's displeasure was nothing more than a temporary band-aid solution. Because it was the type of problem that could resurge for whatever reason, Aldebaran and Ye had decided that it would be best not to touch on it for the time being. Anyhow, finally, it's checkmate. With Otto's movements and resistance sealed, Aldebaran looked up at his opponent, whose current state ought to be dubbed as a silver chrysalis, and keenly felt the victory he had attained in this round of the game, which had gone on now for a long, long time. However, the opponent Aldebaran was playing against was not just Otto. It was a multifaceted bout against many challengers on a kingdom-wide, even worldwide scale. Just because he managed to make it through a single round successfully did not mean he could continue to carry on that around as a source of satisfaction. Above all, in order to ensure that they would never make a comeback as a challenger, he would need to be thorough with their elimination. Though even if I cut his eyes, ears, tongue, and limbs, I'd still technically be obeying your orders, Alsama. Yay. Fine. Alsama's so scary. To inflict wounds beyond any hope of recovery, thereby forcing withdrawal from the front lines with only their lives intact, doing so would be naught but a hollow pretense. For Aldebaran, The no killing restriction was not something so flexible that he could say he kept it so long as nobody died, and it would be troubling if it was. That sort of thing was tantamount to declaring the world peace, or declaring that world peace could be achieved by cutting off the arms and legs of everyone in the world. Hence, Aldebaran would not rob Otto of his eyes, tongue, arms, and legs. Instead, that which he would take from him was his reason for fighting. Roy, I'm relaxing the curse mark's functionality. It's your time to take the stage. Oh shit. Oh shit. Dude. Fuck. I didn't consider that. I didn't consider that was an option. Oh fuck. If he just gets rid of Otto's memories, that does it. There's no reason to fight. Because who is Al then, right? Fuck. Oh, Otto. Oh no. Oh no. Soul for a soul. Oh no. Ah. Let's keep going. Fuck. Roy, I'm relaxing the Earthmark's functionality. It's your time to take the stage. Every inch of his body constrained, Otto Suin, with certitude, heard the pronounced voice of the opponent looking up towards him. On merely one point, Aldebaran and the rest were mistaken about the efficacy of Otto's divine protection of the soul of language. The soul of language, namely that which was called voice, was the reverberation of sound. Those reverberations would always touch Otto or Otto's body should he be within the range of its reach, even if its ears were plugged. The divine protection of the soul language, or the soul of language, did not translate sounds that entered the ear. It sensed and picked up the reverberations of intent that touched the entity named Otto. Therefore, what a roundabout strange coincidence, isn't it, Oni-san? Even though Lei and Louis missed out on eating Oni-san despite desiring it, desiring to in Pristella, in the end, you've been set on the dining table before us like this, so it would seem. The voice of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, licking his lips, Roy Alfred, was also detected by Otto as a thing of certainty. However, too much frustration from the depths of his heart, there was no longer anything Otto could do. He had still been detecting the voices in his environs through the divine protection of the soul of language, but with his mouth obstructed, limbs restrained, and now obturated from even transmitting his will, Otto was helplessly powerless. What are you doing to Laddie? Stop. Please stop. He heard the painful beseeching of an agonizing frou-frou immediately below his hanging feet. For the moment, it seemed Aldebaran and his group did not intend to inflict any further harm onto frou-frou, or much less take her life. Hence, he wished for frou-frou to quietly wait for the storm drifting through to pass. That was his utmost desire at that moment. The rest, a voice that fell short of being voiced. Otto's heart constrained in trepidation, for his comrades not present here. Amelia and Rem, Petra and Melee, Rem, Klein, and Roswell had heard that even people of the Fell camp were cooperating. They would surely come up with an ingenious plan. Had it been possible, Otto wished to give a serious blow to the opponent with his own hands, even on Garfield's behalf. Moreover, for the captured duo of Subaru and Beatrice. How sad, Oni-san. How painful, Oni-san. But we'll treat those cries of agony, alternating in joys and sorrows altogether, and give them love. After all, this world is gluttonous drinking, gluttony. In Lento? In Lento, he sensed polluted, violated appetite of gluttony drawing near him, creeping close to him. Without any means to resist, Otto accepted it. There was nothing he could do besides be chewed and digested. Thus, for however long, Otto Suin continued to pray, continued to wish, continued to dream, for his own final stratagem to fall into place. Well then, let's eat. Oh man. I see it right there. Ah, well, he has a final plan. I guess we'll see what that is, but fuck, dude. Ah, damn. Damn, Otto. Damn. Ah, let's keep going. Thank you for the treat. With the efficacy of the authority of gluttony invoked, the hanging Ottosuan was devoured. The deed was unaccompanied by any benefiting or befitting effects generated. No shining visual effects, nothing so flashy or gaudy occurred. And only quiet and solemnity, the feast dished up onto the platter settled into the stomach of an ill-mannered diner. What had transpired was merely this commonplace meal. Although I barely saw anything just now, it truly feels like foul play. The feeling of tension in Fred's vanished in an instant, after all. Her voice laden with an unhiding repugnance, Ye whispered whilst touching the rings that sent forth the steel threads. What her words suggested was that the opponent in bind, Otto Suin, his resistance in order to escape from the constraints of the steel threads, had disappeared. That was evidence of the efficacy of Roy Alfred's eclipsing manifesting. On top of that, we still remember that, Nisan. As promised, you only ate the memories. Seems like you really held yourself back. Aha! What's with that? So short on gratitude and wonderment? Just so you know, separating just the name and just memories and chewing it is pretty tough, you know. It's troubled like sifting through the grilled ingredients in between a sandwich without opening up the bread, you see. Don't care, don't need it, or don't do it, and you die. That's the end of that. Separate and eat quickly and cleanly. Aldebaran snorted at Roy as he spoke of his authorities' hardships in front of Otto Suin, limp and motionless, whilst entangled in the steel threads. In reality, Aldebaran had no intention of hearing out Roy's advocation of what a high deed it was. Should be blunder, he would simply die, his soul scorched by the effects of the curse mark engraved on his body, bound by an oath with Aldebaran. Of course, it would be a problem for Aldebaran were Roy to die at this time, so he did intend to redo at every instance of failure and search for a way to ensure Roy did well. Alsama, as for that Sin Archbishop, isn't he getting a bit cocky? If you're going to restrain his actions with the effects of the curse mark, then rather than appeasing, persuading, and winning over his heart, wouldn't you have had ways to make him abide more suitably with lesser strings attached? Ooh, excuse me. Engraving a curse mark isn't as light as a job as you're thinking it to be. To begin with, the curse marks bound by oaths was a risk for for the engraving party as well. The opportunity for engraving a curse mark is limited to exactly one time in someone's entire life. It's a trump card to make the kinds of people who won't ever listen seriously obey. Ye whispered into Aldebaran's ear, who pressed her forehead whilst answering. As the name suggested, the engraving of a curse mark, a kind of curse art, was a deed that existed before magic and curse arts branched into separate sects. The nature of it was rather close to the origin of magic. Speaking further of the impression given by the curse... my voice right now. I should probably take a drink. I'm doing too much. I'm doing too much. Alright, that should be good. Given by the curse mark based on its impression. The one who taught Aldebaran how to engrave a curse mark and the nature of them would likely bestow the plight of a half-day long, tedious lecture about it. For you to be so kind and use that valuable opportunity for us. Very nice, so nice, quite nice, how very nice, really nice, isn't it nice, as we can believe it to be nice. Gluttonous drinking, gluttony. By this point, that is love, isn't it? What? Are you saying over this adorable, sexy, and devoted maid that is Ye-chan, you prefer the nasty-teethed Sin Archbishop? Alsama, you infidel. Right back at you. Stop matching paces and linking up with the Sin Archbishop. Aldebaran winced at the combo of the blabbering Roy and the yabbering Ye. On Ye's end, she likely had no intention of getting along with Roy there, or ever getting along with him for that matter, but the way she utilized anything to sway Aldebaran's heart was truly befitting of a shinobi. On the other hand, Roy bore the attitude of being conversible and comprehending for the Sin Archbishop, and had almost bestowed him with that misunderstanding. However, he mustn't misunderstand. For Aldebaran, both Ye and Roy were equivalent, used for his goals, and target of fear for potentially backstabbing him depending on the situation. That was, Roy, don't get too cocky. Start talking. What was the Nissan you just ate scheming? That's what I fed him to you for. A chilly warning was issued by Aldebaran, who kept Roy contained well within attack range. His restraints unfastened, Roy had gotten his fractured limbs restored by the healing magic of Aldebaran, but neither had he gained trust in the slightest, nor was he permitted freedom of action. However, in the direction the plan would now head towards for the endgame, it was not realistic to carry a tied-up Roy along. As an example, should he ever seek to rely on Roy's authority as gluttony, like he just had, to keep him turned down or face down as a card that could not be used immediately would be excessively maladroit handling, not in the slightest loosening his vigilance towards Roy. What was necessary were further arrangements for a policy to subdue Roy. Fortunately, the Chris Mark was sufficiently fulfilling that duty, though it would be nice if he could tell us something useful. As she spoke, the vigilant Ye tugged on her slender finger, tightening the invisible steel thread to keep Roy in check. It had been none other than Ye who had disapproved of utilizing Roy's authority until the very end, and while she did welcome Aldebaran's declaration that he would unshackle himself based on her advice, she still fervently insisted that he free himself from the chains that were the no-killing restriction itself. In reality, if Aldebaran did actually call off the no-killing restriction as she had insisted, if really made use of the life or death power he had over all of his opponents, his objective in and of itself would be accomplished rather quickly. To do that, all he would need to do is have Aldebaran shoot out its breath in all directions, never allowing any enemy to draw near. However, Aldebaran refused to do that, and instead, he insisted on adding new options, that of permitting death as part of the process, and making use of Roy Alfred's authority. As a matter of fact, this was the implementation of a forbidden technique, that of proactively utilizing the Sin Archbishop's authority. It was an act that could not be compared to Aldebaran exercising his own authority, which occupied an unenumerated position, so to speak. Those inherited evils, the authorities that had given rise to a great number of tragedies and sacrifices until now, to make use of them for one's own purposes simply because it proved convenient. Likely, outside of Aldebaran, that was a trespass that only a single other individual had perpetrated since the dawn of witch factors in this world. Ultimately, that was the extent to which such conduct crossed the line. If he could not attain results proportional to the misdeed he had committed, there would have been no meaning in his decision to go against the sun. So let's hear it. We deliberately ruined our opponent's life. You're not going to tell me there's nothing? Or you're not going to tell me there's nothing. Sorry. Hold on. Wish you'd not rush us like that. Seems you're misunderstanding, but even we can't all of a sudden comprehend absolutely everything about the one just eaten. Things that have been known since the beginning don't really spring to mind unless the scenario deems it necessary, you know? Same as that, I ain't gonna tell you twice. Yes, we're saying we understand. Let's see, huh? This Onisan was more abound in life experience than expected, so even we are a bit surprised. After making a plethora of excuses, Roy concentrated on recalling the memories of the freshly eaten Otto. Roy was probably commenting on a mix of the many ups and downs in the life of Otto, who possessed the divine protection of the soul of language, an extraordinary quantity of voices he had come to hear. However, there was a sudden pause in Roy's tasteless words, incurring Aldebaran's suspicion. Unmistakably, that was proof that he had struck a memory that caught his attention. What is it? What'd you find? Let me quickly take a drink. Alrighty, good to go. Aha, seems we were more careful than expected. There was a foolproof for the scenario in which he was compromised. Foolproof, a safety measure to defend against any foolish mistakes. As soon as Roy's lips formed those words, a terrible chill ran down Aldebaran's spine. Not a countermeasure for an oncoming assault, but a countermeasure for after he was compromised. Falderstone had prepared for such a thing, and it would be happening at any moment now. Yay, we need to hurry and withdraw from the premises or aggression of the situation via suicide. As two possible options came to his mind, Aldebaran mobilized before deciding on his counterplay. In a sense, it was successful. In another sense, it had led to failure. That was, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Aldebaran Sama." The sweet voice of a girl struck Aldebaran's earlobes as if it were a surprise attack. The interloper had appeared in quite literally the blink of an eye. By making an entrance without giving any preface, his instincts did not even have the time to sound the alarm bells. Oh, she's here. Oh, fuck. That blue-haired girl, having altered her appearance and garment since her time in the Vlachian Empire, was not something he could bear the sight of. I'm surprised she even gave him an honorific. That was something he only realized right after he had caught sight of her waving the skirt of her maid outfit. That instant, his mind was rapidly frightened by the name, existence, and nature of the maid girl. Oh, we're right at the end. With her name and memories having been eaten by the authority of gluttony, the girl's name had been erased from the register of Odlogna, where the names of all life were engraved. With that having been regurgitated due to the malicious intentions of bizarre eating, that which Aldebaran had disregarded as something that would manifest no meaningful damages now ruptured through his mind. Forcibly overwhelmed by an impact that compelled them to recall her existence, Aldebaran, who was supposed to have shouldered a fate that would not permit his thoughts to ever come to a halt, had said thoughts left behind in the dust. Alsama, as Ye promptly raised her voice, she reached her slender arm out towards Aldebaran. Whilst glimpsing those white fingers in the corner of her vision, Aldebaran found himself unable to move, and in that immobile state, during the single second for which he had been disposed of his thoughts, the situation progressed. That instant, Aldebaran's body was detached from the space it had occupied up until a moment prior, and thrown into the blue sky, basking in a ferocious wind. The sun for which he had ceased yearning cast its glaring radiance, searing Aldebaran's black eyes as he fluttered through the air. This was now a do or die for the Aldebaran party, a critical juncture that had commenced without any forewarning. Thus, on the struggle for the Grand Mogulad Geyser, on the battle to decide the fate of the world here to come, the curtains now rose. Oh fuck, we are here. It is time. It is time for a fight. Good. Great. Let's go to the next chapter. We might not read it, we gotta see, but I like it, I like it. I do have to see word count, right? We gotta trash this one. We gotta find out this one. If it is super long, I am gonna delay the next chapter. That's pretty good. That's pretty good on like that's even shorter than the previous one. Okay. That was good. That was a really good chapter. I enjoyed that a lot. Oh, we're here. The fight has started, peeps. The fight has started. Oh fuck. Al didn't see this shit coming. Al did not see this shit coming. Oh boy. Oof. Okay. Just like before, we're gonna take a small break. Damn, that was good. Kind of cool that that chapter was way more focused on Al and them than everybody else. I like that. But right, just like before, we're gonna take a small break, and I'm gonna be back, and we're gonna finish this up. We're gonna do our last chapter for the night. I might sit for it just because, right? Nothing too big, but I might do that. We'll see. And yeah, but we will be right back. This was great. We're gonna continue in a moment. All that. Just give me a little bit to cool off. Again, it's fucking hot in here. Anyways, be right back. Alrighty. Okay. Probably should have refilled this a little bit more, but I think we're okay. Probably. Alright. I won't lie. Feeling a bit tired, but we're gonna keep going, regardless of that. Because this chapter is the shortest out of all three, so we might as well. I'm gonna still stand for this, just because. Maybe I could get a light here. Oh, that would involve going over there. Maybe not. Alright. I will be a bit shaded here, which is a little unfortunate, but that's okay. That's okay. Alrighty. Shortest chapter of them all. One last drink. Let's do this. Okay. Once again, shortest. Lego. I want to make sure audio is all good. Audio is all good. Alright, cool. And we can start. I hope at any point it didn't, because I didn't actually put on my headphones afterwards, so I hope, seems like it is still just my mic, which is nice. Because yeah, if I go here, it gets louder. I think. I think it gets louder if I, yeah, absolutely. I apologize for that. I just wanted to make sure. Oh, excuse me. Alright. With all that checked, we're good to go. Having fallen victim to Roy Alfred of Gluttony, Otto Suin was forcibly removed from the battlefield. As one blessed with the divine protection of the soul of language, the man who had accumulated its highest level of mastery in history had done exactly as he had proclaimed, humiliating Aldebaran's group, the enemies of the world, and inflicting the great suffering upon them. Or great suffering, rather, not the. That was why the conclusion of his lonesome battle was brought about by a ruthless imprisonment that left no opening for counterattacks, leaving him completely helpless. His words were sealed, his actions were sealed, his tricks were sealed, his wits were sealed, every weapon in his arsenal was sealed. And finally, even the memories that defined who he was, who he was, were stolen away. Thus was how Otto Suin was utterly defeated. When Aldebaran's group resolved to seal him away with such an overwhelming force, they gave no time to plan a countermeasure. Even Otto himself, powerless, unable to, found himself powerless, unable to resist. Because it was impossible to predict exactly when and where his opponents would launch a counterattack, he was unable to construct a trap zone using his signature divine protection. And so, there was absolutely nothing Otto Suin could have done upon being attacked, his last resort merely being a desperate struggle in the event of an assault. He simply left instructions for the Zoda bugs to fly off en masse so that his location would be revealed in the event he was defeated. He was smart, smart ass motherfucker. Yeah, that was immediate like a counter. That's oh, this is why he's the most dangerous. It's so good. Whew. Al knew Rem before they met in the Empire, before Gluttony even ate her memories. There was no doubt about it. That was when the imaginary Subaru voiced his opinion, while they were in the midst of planning a surprise attack. With his arms and legs crossed as he sat in midair, Subaru's stern face caused Petra to recall the events inside Subaru's memories, the royal capital where Al and Rem had crossed paths. That was when Subaru had a major blunder at the castle, was desperately trying to make up for it. Although Petra did feel that Subaru's reckless behavior back then was quite bad, she did not feel completely disillusioned towards him. However, Subaru himself remembered it as an utterly humiliating experience that made him squirm just thinking about it. In fact, everyone who was there must have looked down on Subaru's reckless behavior, so the only person who would not feel disillusioned by his actions, if Petra were excluded, would be Rem, who had been blindly devoted to him as far back as then. Be that as it may, Subaru, unable to escape the cycle of negative emotions, had visited Priscilla's mansion in search of a way to save Rem. Or not Rem. Rem. Yep. We're skipping a whole arc. Amelia. I was thinking about the fact that they were bringing up Rem, who was being attacked by the witch cult. There, Subaru received an incredibly harsh and cold response from Priscilla, but the crucial connection between Al and Rem was revealed right there as he was being expelled from the mansion. He did not know the specific reason, however. Al mistakenly called Rem by Ram's name and was extremely shocked by that fact. When I asked Rem about it, she said she had never met him before. So Alsan knew about the two of them beforehand. Perhaps he researched the rival camps for the royal selection or something like that. So they're saying Al could have been in charge of Priscilla's camp's countermeasures against other royal selection camps. I don't think that's impossible, but it doesn't really matter. The important thing is that Al knew Rem. In other words, just like with all of us, when Al San sees Rem Nesama, his memories should get all mixed up. Exactly. I would call it a flash remonade. Uh, or a flash remonade. Uh, with, with a silent snap of his fingers, Subaru winked and Petra gave him a thumbs up. To be honest, Petra was reluctant to treat Rem like a flash grenade, but she and others had already confirmed that there was no way to counteract the effects of memories returning. As seen with Petra and Subaru within her, or Ram, the deeper the relationship and the attachment, the greater the impact. But even the slightest opening was still an opening. All that was left was to take advantage of that opening. Let's show Alsan just how angry we are. Let me quickly take a drink. Let us here give an explanation for the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alfred. His nature bearing the disposition, bizarre eating, wielding the buffer of myriads of tragedies, the authority of gluttony, Roy had completely incapacitated Otto Suin, tormentor of the Aldebaran party. His eclipsing had not only incapacitated Otto, but chewed and digested his 22-year-old walk of life, assimilating his joys, his angers, his sorrows, the culmination of all of that which was his, into a heterogeneous blend, which was eaten up in one breath from atop the platter. Wringing his throat upon finishing the incorporeal meal, Roy tasted the life of Otto Suin, commanding a greater precision and degree of freshness than when a deep read of a book of the dead. Tasting an adequate breath of alternating joys and sorrows for it, having overcome so trials and tribulations, with somewhat rich seasoning and flavor, he bestowed to it an evaluation of 2 stars. By evaluating what was eaten this way, it felt as though he had fallen heir to the spirit of gourmet belonging to his sibling who had already lost his life, Libetenkaitos. But setting that aside, to eat one's memories meant it was possible to know that being's way of thinking and philosophy, and to his extreme, while in the midst of battle, even learn the orders of things that were planned, what had been schemed and plotted. Therefore, originally, despite the aftertaste of triumph and the sense of accomplishments felt after Otto's defeat, sensing the ambush planned for the subsequent instant should have been a simple and spontaneous task to accomplish. However, it did not transpire so, because Otto had not shared plans with his comrades about what tangible actions they would take after had been incapacitated. Merely, Otto Suin had solemnly believed, should it extend a signal for the moment, he would uh, comprehensibly, sorry, I was mixed up there for a second, comprehensibly being incapacitated, his comrades would not let it go to waste, because he, devoid of plans or anything such, bet everything on such powerful bonds. It is a pleasure to meet you, Aldebaran Sama. Unmistakably, it happened in the blink of an eye. A closing and opening of the eyes, at the presence of the blue-haired girl who had interlooped in that instant, while a matter of course for Aldebaran, neither Ye nor Roy nor Aldebaran could react. An outsider who was not supposed to be there had suddenly appeared without warning. That alone was enough to uh, pry an instant from veteran soldiers. But in this scene, the one onto which that had been most lethal was Aldebaran, for whom it did not end with a mere instant. Ye naturally had no acquaintance with her. Roy was exempt due to being his own authority, and Aldebaran, while sharing his memories, possessed a fundamentally different soul. Thus, it was a phenomenon that did not occur for any of them. Stimulating the black-stained memories etched into his soul, alongside the sensation of something that had been removed being forced back into his brain, Aldebaran's consciousness went white. Regardless of who had defined it as such, it was a flash grenade of memories. Said the same thing. Uh, Alcima, a shrill, frantic voice called out to him, and hands that reached out from beyond his white-stained vision grabbed hold of him. However, that did not save Aldebaran from his predicament. The legs that ought to have been firmly planted on the ground hurtled through the air, and as Aldebaran basked in the ferocious wind, he lost his sense of up, down, left, and right, and realized his body had begun revolving. Unable to control his body, still lording overhead was the blue sky, showing the glaring sun as the radiance scorched his black eyes. Aldebaran realized something. Through some means, he had been teleported straight into the sky, thrown outside of his territory. Expand territory. Matrix redefinition. Reestablishing the territory that had been forcibly severed. I'm curious if they are going to immediately counter it because they understand. Aldebaran grit his teeth. Forced to go along with the opponent's plans, he had been driven to update his matrix. No longer could he return to before the surprise attack a moment prior. But if he lagged behind in his decision to update it, Aldebaran would have been defeated with nothing he could do in return. Aldebaran's authority was invincible, but that was entirely within the set bounds of his established territory. Were he to perish outside of those bounds, he would be the same as the many lives who were not afforded any second chances. Digesting the circumstances he had been placed in, Aldebaran's consciousness concentrated on reality. Given that he had been forced to update his matrix, to Aldebaran, everything from here on out would be both a treasure and a calamity, a tailwind and a headwind, a virtue and an evil. Sky, the roaring hum of the wind, the violent sense of suspension that seemed to strike his body, the fact that he was falling from such a high altitude, despite having no memory of being sent up there, meant that the due procedures had been omitted. For a moment, what flashed through Aldebaran's mind was the authority of the strongest witch, but that could not be it. If the opponent had truly been that witch, the phenomenon that occurred would have differed. He would not have been thrown out into open air like this, and above all, Aldebaran would have been killed 100 times over before he could even blink. Hence, he could eliminate the possibility from the multitude of worst-case scenarios. As he narrowed down the possibilities, he gathered his surrounding situation in parallel. At present, if there were any irregularities nearby Aldebaran as he was being jostled by the wind, that would be Alcima. Tightly gripping onto Aldebaran's single arm and clinging on was Ye. Just before he had been thrown out into the sky, she had pounced on Aldebaran just as he had frozen up from having eaten the flashbang of memories, and thus had been sent up from the forest to the sky along with him. Whether he ought to count that as a blessing or as a curse, Aldebaran mentally separated the things he could and could not do now that Ye was here, and decided on the first action to take. That was, I'll steady our posture. Alcima, don't part from me. Ooh. Simultaneously to Ye embracing him and attempting to form some sort of countermeasure against falling, Aldebaran unwrapped the drug package within his mouth and gulped down the poison. You could tell that Ye had widened her crimson eyes, was looking at him with an expression of surprise, but given that he had already ended up taking a lethal dose, there was no helping it. I'll ask later. Blood frothed at the corners of his mouth, and tasting rusted iron as that merciless defiled the inside of his helmet, Aldebaran's consciousness was crushed by the wind. Something he had known would happen, but reality seemed to follow up by greeting him with the howling wind. When he opened his shut eyelids, ever present there was the odious radiance of the sun as it glared down at him intently. Aldebaran grasped that he was surrounded by several hundred meters of sky. You've got to be kidding me. Warping, instantaneous travel, teleport. No matter how one chose to express it, the result was the same. In the sense of manipulating physical space, that which fell in the realm of yin magic was a hyper spell that necessitated all sorts of conditions be met. If one carefully constructed the technique and erected a field wherein it was etched, it would be possible to create a limited warp connected by two doors through that field. Or probably even without advanced preparations, the caster could simply visualize the coordinates of a destination, constructed the technique to send their target there, with the preparedness to fully expand their own gate, that they might have been able to issue just a one-way ticket. Let me take a drink. Mm, this is good. This is good. All right. We probably are going to end off where I thought. We're probably going to end off at 9, which is good, right? Triple chapter. We might be able to do more on Friday. Might. Um, if it all works out, we can get this done by next week. This is sick. All right. Back in. Ultimately, the phenomenon that had sent Aldebaran and Ye into the sky was at an impossible level of difficulty, even if technically achievable through magic, which meant that some other form of foul play was involved. Not once had he gotten a word out of it, or a word of a divine protection that could physically interfere with others to such an extent. Of course, like in the case of Reinhard, divine protections thought to be trivial could be implemented in an unusual way, and there were also those who would end up tailoring them into dreadful weapons of war. But this is different. But if it's an authority, as far as Aldebaran knew, the existing authorities of wrath, gluttony, and lust belonged to Sin Archbishops, while sloth and greed were both in the possession of Natsuki Subaru, excluding Aldebaran's authority, which ought to be classified as all manners of unenumerated uh, super supernet super. I'm not even gonna try. For some reason, I've genuinely never seen it, and my brain is not even gonna. Mm. Uh, and appropriated leftover possibilities were pride, as well as Vanagloria and Touristia. The last two were supposed to be unusable by anyone, so the only candidate remaining was pride. Pride has sprung up, gotten involved? Nah, that ain't what matters here. Be it someone Aldebaran knew who had been chosen as pride, or be it someone he did not know who had gotten involved as pride, that which he ought to focus on was the possibility that he had made an enemy of an authority holder. Save for Natsuki Subaru and Reinhard, the only variables that could pose a threat to Aldebaran were unmistakably those who held authorities, none other than those destroyers of concepts permitted to bend the very rules of the world, trampling upon them as they please. All right, settled down. We're finally done panicking after being forced to go along with your enemy's plans. Feeling as if he had heard those words voiced by the roaring wind, Aldebaran gave his reply. In order to be able to do so, Aldebaran had sorted out the situation in his head. Of course, the actual circumstances of being thrown into the sky, the regret he had about Ye having come along with him, the sensation of his consciousness being whited out by the resurgence of memories, in reality, none of that had changed. But that was a cheap price to pay if he did not die for real. Such was Aldebaran's life. In exchange for dirt cheap price, he could easily afford to let his head, body, and mind take a breather. Alsama, Ye grabbed onto Aldebaran's single arm, and seeing her tied up hair violently fluttering like a dog's tail in good spirits, Aldebaran advanced his thoughts onto the next phase. With both himself and Ye alive, they would need to land on the ground. For that purpose, I'll steady our posture. Alsama, don't part from me. Nah, that's my line. As Ye enthusiastically tried to initiate her own measures after being thrown high into the sky, Aldebaran hindered her by forcibly pulling her into his own chest. Because he had used his right arm to do so, he rapidly forged the usual stone prosthetic arm and rose it aloft. That instant, a vehement impact struck his prosthetic arm from above, adding speed to their free fall. Hold on. Heavily reverberating across the artificial arm was a blow from a dreadful and fiendish lump of iron, mixing in with the tremendous voice of the wind. It was a fret present at the end of the clanging chains, dancing like a writhing snake. I knew it was going to be the Morning Star. Contrary to its name, it was a spiked ball with a form molded to send people into an eternal sleep. Prepare yourselves. On the opposite side of the ball, or the iron ball, that smashed into him, descending was a blue-haired girl who appeared to carry the sun on her back. Having greatly diminished Aldebaran's advantage, the opponent who had shot up the signal for the commencement of the battle, Rem bellowed. Slowly protruding from her forehead was a single horn. Oh, she is getting serious. I mean, it makes sense, but she is getting serious. It was a sign that she was of the Oni clan, proof that she was a member of the race created to decisively purge this world of all traces of the witch. But even more than that, now that he had recalled her existence, it took on a different significance to Aldebaran. That was, to begin with, you're not supposed to be alive, Lil Miss Rem. That's an interesting statement, Al. I mean, I get it, like, their whole village and everything, but still. Ah, all right. Let's keep going. I'm kind of curious on pretty far up for something that's only 5,000 words, but leaping into the air with hardened resolve, the hem of her maid or uniform fluttering behind her, Rem gripped the handle of the morning star tightly in her hand as she glared down at Al and his maid below. Up until this point, the surprise attack had gone perfectly according to plan. By exposing Al to the sight of Rem, they robbed him of his ability to make decisions, rendering him frozen, and in that instance, they utilized compression in order to abduct him. This not only separated Al from his allies, but also trapped him in a position where he was prevented from moving right away, allowing for him to be successfully dragged out into the sky, a matter on which everyone had readily agreed. When it came to the crucial timing of the aforementioned attack, Otto, who had been pursuing the Al troop while engaging them in guerrilla warfare, had prepared a message to be delivered in the event that he was defeated, a precaution that proved invaluable. That signal marked the defeat of the formidable Otto at the hands of the Al troop, and thus was tantamount to the moment in which their tension would ease, even if only slightly. Priscilla was one who showed me utmost kindness. As someone who cared deeply for that Priscilla can't stand by and overlook Alsan's outrageous actions any longer. When objections had been raised about Rem going to confront Al directly, Rem had chosen those words in order to express her own wishes. Ultimately, while that was merely a matter of the mindset that formed the foundation of her resolve, it was also undoubtedly a display of Rem's true feelings, and the core of her unwavering motivation in facing this battle. Of course, right beside that core was the presence of Subaru, who had been captured by Al. Rather, he might have actually been the core. No, Priscilla-san was also the core after all, so there would just need to be two cores. She would have to apologize to Beatrice-sama later. In any case, that determination of hers settled the matter of Rem's participation in the unit that would confront Al head on. Strategically speaking, there was no particular vision of Rem being particularly useful on any other battlefronts. But even aside from that, or even aside from the initial disruption of memories, there was more than enough of a possibility for Rem to be super effective against Al. The specifics of that possibility were precisely. Let me take a quick drink. To begin with, you're not supposed to be alive, little Miss Rem. The moment the iron ball smashed down from the high skies, Al blocked the firm impact with a prosthetic arm forged of rock, shouting angrily as he caught sight of Rem. Despite being buffeted by the roaring winds, Rem heard those words with clarity, thus convincing her of that which Petra had told her about the possible relationship between Rem and Al that she was not aware of. Although Rem can't remember any such interactions between Alsan and her incompetent self. She had also checked with Rem, but it seemed that her only interaction with Al was limited to one time in the royal capital before the royal selection officially began. It seemed that they had not had a conversation memorable enough to leave an impression, and even what they had talked about remained ambiguous. Likely, the point of contact between the sisters and Al was one sided, perceived only by the other party. But That manner of speaking is truly hurtful. When we were attacked by Arakia-san and Gural, the ones who the ones who had saved us were you, Al-san, and, pausing there, however, Rem firmly swallowed all her hesitations, and, Priscilla-san, is that not right? Deliberately bringing up Priscilla's name, Rem had attempted to agitate Al. Resorting to the worst, most underhanded tactics she could think of, Rem despised herself. However, thinking it necessary in order to put a stop to Al's outrageous behavior, she stilled her body and heart as an Oni, and fixed her stern gaze on him. In response to Rem's provocation, Al did not raise his voice, instead choosing to maintain silence. A little bit more down. Within his jet black helmet, Al's expression remained hidden behind his visor. The light dwelling in his eyes was unknown. Even the amount of pain Rem's words just now had inflicted upon him, everything remained unknown to her. Here it comes. However, Rem did not wait for Al's reaction, resuming her onslaught without granting him any time to rest. Rem had already set her principles from the beginning, when compared to Ram, who displayed talent and genius a cut above the rest of all other beings in this world. Rem was clumsy, mediocre, and inferior in every way. If Rem desired something beyond the reach of the average person, then she would just have to carefully select the best possible means for that end. For that time being, Rem excelled at ignoring lower priorities in order to focus on her higher ones. Huma! Alongside the incantation, Mana interfered with the world, invoking the unreal phenomenon known as magic. Unlike Amelia's Huma, which manipulated heat and condensed moisture into the atmosphere to create ice, Rem's goes with water, right? Yeah. Rem specialized in the type of Huma that created water from nothing using magic, outputting that water as materialized ice from the outset. Neither Huma was necessarily superior to the other, but Amelia type Huma, which utilized the moisture in the air, required less mana and possessed the advantage of remaining in place after serving its purpose, allowing it to be reused. On the other hand, the Rem type Huma required more mana because it created water from nothing, and after being used, it would return to mana and leave no trace. Based on that explanation, the Amelia type Huma might seem to be might seem to have the overwhelming superiority. However, the Rem type Huma had its own powerful advantages. This was due to the fact that it could create ice at any desired location and in any desired shape, regardless of the amounts of moisture in the air or the quality of the water. Ha! Kicking off the ice platform she had created in midair. Oh yeah, because she can just propel herself continuously thanks to that. That's actually really cool. Fuck, that's really cool. Rem ferociously lunged toward Al and his companion. By manifesting a Huma that was anchored in place, Rem created an impromptu platform capable of withstanding even her full-powered kicks. The power of the Morning Star, unleashed after getting a momentary boost from the platform, was beyond comparison to that which only utilized the force generated by gyrating her body. The iron ball spun violently as it hurled toward Al, sparing no quarter. Capable of easily crushing a human body upon direct impact, it was as if it was responding to the affection Subaru had shown by polishing it every day, closing in towards Al from Rem's hand with delight, closer and closer and closer. As if I'd let you. At the moment of impact, the loving iron ball was halted by countless threads. Upon closer inspection, that was the work of the crimson shinobi held in Al's arm, twisting her body to glare at Rem. She was a thread user without peer, subservient to Al. The shinobi, embraced from behind by Al, weaved the threads that she had extended from both arms into a net to softly catch the iron ball like a cushion. Her skills were impressive, but that was not what caught Rem's attention. In the first place, the plan behind this surprise attack was to completely isolate Al from his allies by throwing him out into the sky. For her to intervene like that, something was wrong with her. No, it was mistaken to think that there was something wrong with her. Rem was well aware of why she had been able to do it. Despite everyone else having been completely stunned by Rem's sudden appearance, the shinobi retained enough leeway for herself to reach her hands out and channel it into a particular action, or practical action. As for what had allowed her to do so, that would be love. Wrong. You're wrong. In response to Rem's confident outcry, Al and the shinobi shouted back almost simultaneously. Taking advantage of that opening, Rem forcibly pulled back the morning star that was about to be taken from her and retrieved the iron ball from the shinobi, who was reluctant to lose her balance. In preparation for her next attack, Rem created multiple new footholds, shot herself off them, and repeatedly descended in pursuit of the two. However, it's scary when someone catches up to you, but when stretched too far, even a lead can become a shortcoming, you know. As composure returned to the previously tense expression of the shinobi, she flashed a sweet smile as she shot out a thread, and the target of that thread had been the foothold of ice that Rem had created midair. Having been suddenly thrown out into the sky, Al and his shinobi had no choice but to enter a freefall. By anchoring onto the footholds created by Rem, they would be able to stabilize themselves. From what she had heard, the shinobi's skills far exceeded Rem's own. If the opponent were able to compensate for the disadvantage she had been given, the gap in strength that ought to have been somewhat closed would be reopened in no time. Indeed, of this I am aware. I am full of shortcomings after all. That was why Rem would not allow her opponents to compensate for their disadvantages. Hearing Rem's reply, no, feeling the sensation she had just grasped vanishing like mist, the shinobi's expression once again lost its composure. The foothold of ice she had attempted to use as an anchor point vanished as if it were a dream or an illusion. Of course, neither was it a dream, nor was it an illusion. It was mana. Rem had simply returned it to being mana at will. Despite both being Huma, this was the main difference between the Amelia type, which once frozen, stayed frozen, and the Rem type, which frozen only when desired and was easy to tidy up. Simply put, Rem's version is more offensive. Right before Rem's eyes, the shinobi lost the target upon which she was exerting strength, thus breaking her stance. Holding onto the shinobi, Owl was caught up in that as well, almost losing his balance, but he managed to reinforce the exterior of his cracked prosthetic arm, consecutively blocking a flurry of iron ball attacks unleashed by Rem 2-3 times. Thereupon, Hia, rising, uh, I'm like stun locked for a second. Hold on, I need a drink. Upwards from below, Amelia's long leg mercilessly slammed into Owl's defenseless back, with toes armored in a boot of ice. Oh, the team up is sick. The division of the Aldebaran troop against a group. Oh, actually, let me see how much water. Okay, I still have enough water. We're good. Against a group rebelling against the entire world to an extent that rivaled the witch cult, even surpassing it in terms of instantaneous velocity. That was a prerequisite that they would absolutely could not afford to mess up. Ooh, excuse me. The surprise tactic performed in order to meet that condition. Holy shit. Ooh, excuse me. Again, fuck. That's why I was saying holy shit, because, like, damn. In order to meet that condition, I'd gone about 90% as planned. 10% miscalculation, how the presence of the shinobi who had chosen to go along with them would come into play, was something that wounded the plan as an uncertain variable. But overly worrying about it would just be all the more harmful. Each of them would fulfill their own part to the utmost. After all, with that sort of faith and resolve, the stratagem to stop the Aldebaran troop would not bear the fruit, or bear any fruit. Truly, everyone's got the sort of look in their eyes that one can't help but tremble, you know. Pronouncing so whilst dangling his languidly? Guess. There is a lot of shit this chapter has thrown at me that I'm just like stun locked from. Hanging arms to and fro. The Senate Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alfred, exhibited a sadistic smile as he surveyed his surroundings. In his environs were shadows that appeared in succession, as though substituting Aldebaran and the others immediately after they were hurled. As stood there were warriors assembled to defeat the Aldebaran troop. All of them cast gazes that stood their ground against the Sin Archbishop, to which Roy unwittingly licked his lips. How nice, so nice, perhaps it's nice, but you know, together in such large numbers, the combat power required for taking care of us might get rounded up altogether in one fell swoop, isn't it? Ha! Likewise for you. How about showing some lovableness by cowering in fright a bit more? That is, if you don't wish to meet death the same way as your sibling, perish at the Tower of Sand. On top of that, do you people even have the witch beast chans in your strike zone? If not, then you can think of me as your people's natural enemy. A little bit further up. Amidst the warriors, the shadow clutching her own elbows and shadow combing down her free strand braid responded so. Even in the face of their unmistakable hostility, Roy was unable to conceal a smile, trembling in premonition of a banquet. This isn't a joke. Can you see all the divine dragon here? You know how much it did to the royal capital? There's no chance you can win this. Contrary to the elated Roy, Heinkel. Oh, wait, that was Heinkel. Fair enough. Heinkel's voice trembled with a face deathly pale. As per his words, he stood right by the feet of the divine dragon, while relying on its intimidation. In response to the hostility that stared him down, he fervently raised his voice with a loathsome expression. That figure ought to have been called a man who borrowed the might of dragons, but Heinkel's point was in fact not mistaken. The divine dragon possessed absolute power. If one were to stand in its way without a plan, what awaited them was a curtain's close of merciless annihilation. Though, it's only if you ain't got a plan. Look, the old giant, this old giant seeing the demi-human war. Never will I give mercy to those bearing their fangs against me. I'll be having your return felt. Before Heinkel, as his breathing choked up and he averted his gaze, the giant stroked his bald head and declared such. At the giant's proclamation, Heinkel's cheeks tensed up, but there was another figure that began to stir, and that was none other than the dragon he had singled out earlier. I don't know if I should be saying this, but it makes me damn nervous that we've been pushed to this extent. I'm keenly feeling what it means to make an enemy of the world. Despite being a dragon of such dignified appearance, it placed its hand on its head in a strangely human-like gesture. Let's go all the way down. Oh, we are pretty much at the end. Uh, Here. While giving off a sense of presence such that the majority of those who lived in the Dragon Kingdom would prostrate themselves just by laying eyes upon it, the way it conducted itself made it seem like an entirely different thing. At the very least, in the eyes of those who knew the real Divine Dragon, the sense of something was amiss was palpable. But then again, unlike the dignitaries of the kingdom, I'm in no such panic about the image of the Divine Dragon crumbling, or of its brand value plummeting. Only, I wonder about the one next to me. Would you have quite a few reservations? No, master, you needn't worry. Groundless fear, it would be laughable, or groundless fear. It would be laughable for me to pile words onto a past I have already shed. Feeble. Looking down on those who had showed up, or who had showed no fear before the dragon husk that did not align with its own mind or stature, Aldebaran narrowed its golden eyes. Among those standing in their way, attention began to converge on a small silhouette slowly stepping forward. Naturally, Roy and Hankel also shifted their attention to that silhouette. It was unclear how that individual had come to stand in that position, but strangely enough, they understood without the need for words to tell them. That girl represented the will of everyone present. At the center of everyone's attention, the girl, Petra Lighty, thrust her finger towards the heavens and spoke. Oh, and she's doing Subaru's pose. It's perfect. It's an all-out war. Be dolls and let yourselves get thoroughly defeated, alright? So she declared. That's our number one fucking goat for Arc 8 right now. Fuck yeah. That was a good chapter. That was a good fight chapter. I like that. Oh, I should go back and like the art shit. Uh, that's sick art as well, though. So let's get all this art here. I see a Roka one, so sadly I don't know if I can check if it's up yet. Uh, and we'll get this one just right off the bat because this one is sick as well. Like it. I like these. Oh, I've liked this one before. When was this one posted? July 29. Well, we'll like this one anyways. July 29? Oh, because you know what? That was. Hmm. That was early. That was early in this stuff. So yeah, I probably liked it because I saw it on my feed, and I was like, oh, that's cool, and that's probably why I liked it. It wasn't even a fact of like, oh, I went in after the fact and did all. No, if it was July 23rd, I very likely saw it on my feed around the point of getting back into these chapters and everything. Especially because it doesn't have a hashtag on it. Very likely saw it because one of my good pals probably retweeted it. I wouldn't be surprised. That was good. That was a good third chapter. Let's see if we can go here so I can be more visible. That was good. That was very nice. I'm excited to see where we go from here. Again, I'm gonna try. Uh, there's like a fucking incantation at the start of this. Um, I'm gonna try and obviously do the next one on Friday if we can, right? I'm curious on how long the next one is. The next one's short. Cool. Yeah, that's perfect for Friday then. Yeah. So next one's short. I don't know what the one after that is like. But that was good. That was a good session. I'm glad we did that today. That was really fun. Again, apologies for how late it took for me to do all this and technically how late this stream was. I didn't intend to, make it too difficult, but I did want to compensate all of you for the fact that you had to wait a whole month for me to continue. So, that said, these were some fantastic chapters. I fucking loved how well Petra was written in these chapters. That was so good. Rem as well had some fantastic stuff in it. That fight at the end. Ooh, I am excited. I am very excited to see where we go from here. This is going to be very fun. Oh man, it's going to be good. It's going to be a good, nice few reading sessions. Probably a great review. I might just put this, number two. This might really end up as number two. Well, I think it is currently number two, isn't it? I think I made the brave choice. Yeah, I made the brave choice of putting it at number two. I think it's just gonna stay there. Genuinely, I think it's gonna stay at number two. This is one of the best arcs we've had so far. This is great. Maybe I'll put it in the peak section. We'll see. But I mean, we have to get to the end of the arc to decide that. That said, we're gonna end it off here. It's like 9:20 for me. I'm sure it's probably late for literally everybody. Uh, unless like I'd almost say like unless like people are watching this from like Japan or something, because I know that's like 12 hours ahead. Maybe not 12. It might be 13. It's like 12 or 13 hours ahead. So technically that'd be like the morning. But yeah, for the most part, I know that's probably late for myself and tons of other people all across the world. So we're gonna end it off there. So yeah, I'll try and be back for Friday. If not, uh I'll try on the weekend, right? Like Saturday or Sunday, one of those two, right? And we'll go from there, right? We'll keep the whole schedule consistent. Again, if we're lucky, by Friday next week, we are done, right? And that's the ideal. In my opinion, that's the ideal. Especially because this chapter is short and everything. Like this will be easy, right? If if for some reason the next few chapters are short, I might even do another triple. We'll see, right? But with that said, take care. Have yourselves a nice night. I'm gonna get out of here. And yeah, I will see you all hopefully on Friday. But yeah,